modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models. Out now! It's the Peroxygenatus fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models. Out now! It's the Peroxygenatus fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models. Out now! It's the Peroxygenatus fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models. Out now! It's the Peroxygenatus fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models. Out now! It's the Peroxygenatus fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models. Out now! It's the Peroxygenatus fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models. Out now! It's the Peroxygenatus fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models. Out now! It's the Peroxygenatus fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models. Out now! It's the Peroxygenatus fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models. Out now! It's the Peroxygenatus fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models. Out now! It's the Peroxygenatus fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models. Out now! It's the peroxygenated fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models.
Out now! It's the peroxygenated fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models.
Out now! It's the peroxygenated fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models.
Out now! It's the peroxygenated fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models.
Out now! It's the peroxygenated fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models.
Out now! It's the peroxygenated fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models.
Out now! It's the peroxygenated fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models.
Out now! It's the peroxygenated fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models.
Out now! It's the peroxygenated fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models.
Out now! It's the peroxygenated fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models.
Out now! It's the peroxygenated fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models.
Out now! It's the peroxygenated fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models.
Out now! It's the Peroxygenator's Fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models.
Out now! It's the Peroxygenator's Fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models.
Out now! It's the Peroxygenator's Fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models.
Out now! It's the Peroxygenator's Fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models.
Out now! It's the Peroxygenator's Fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models.
Out now! It's the Peroxygenator's Fabricatum from Digital Taxidermy. 3D printable modular vehicles. Print them, build them, move them, swap them.
They're totally radical!
No, these are scale models.
Hello there, taxidermists and gentle peeps. Welcome to Digital Taxidermy Gets Under the Hotend, here with Martin from Under the Hotend. Take it away,
How you
Martin.
doing, everyone? Good to see you all.
Excellent,
Nice to
excellent.
see you
Saying
again,
hi
Neil.
to everybody out there in TV land. Don't forget to make yourself known in the chat. We'd love to get to know who you are and whether you like it and what you want to see from us.
Basically,
So
we're pretty open. We can always bring you something for next week. Just leave the suggestion, and we'll do our best to sort of fulfill that for you.
absolutely.
Sure.
And if you've got any questions about anything that we start talking about, or if any questions to ask in general about 3D printers, printing problems, stuff, whatever, you name it.
Pretty much anything, really.
We
Don't
are
have to
your
be too
tech
deep in that, do you?
peoples.
We'll do
So-
our best to answer it. It doesn't mean you'll get a good answer.
Exactly. You'll get an answer, and
Yeah,
that's
you'll
good
get
enough,
something.
really. Just don't try and qualify that against anything. We're all good.
Yeah, don't check it up afterwards because it will probably be totally wrong. But
Exactly,
we will
exactly.
make an answer of some description.
Exactly. But at least you've got somewhere to start from, and that's good. So
So
yeah.
for me, it's been like a pretty uphill week for me. Generally at work and in 3D printing, it's all been a bit weird this week.
Okay.
I've tested some random weird filaments that I probably shouldn't have tested, if I'm honest. Some of them have been terrible. Some of them have been great.
What's your best and worst from your tests this week?
The worst filament has got to be the G-Tech Luminous that I got a little while back, and I've been putting it off. And I finally thought, no, I'm going to do something. And it's not overly bad printing, but it's overly bad as a general. It's just nasty. It's weird stuff.
Right.
It's
Okay.
like when you fill a PLA, it's got like almost like a texture to it, hasn't it? A very smooth texture on the roll. Generally, it's got like a softish feel to it.
Yeah, yeah.
This stuff feels like razor blades. Is the only way I can sort of explain it. It's rough as rough.
Right. Okay.
It feels like it should snap, but it is actually very strong.
Right.
It's a bit
okay.
weird. So, have you ever sort of printed in nylon?
No.
No, right. It's a very similar texture to nylon to feel.
Like strimmer line.
Yeah, a bit like dry strimmer line is
Right.
probably the way to go. So printing it to start off with, I was having loads of weird issues. It just didn't want to do what I was asking it to do, and it was sticking to the bed quite nice, but that was about all.
Right.
It just really didn't want to play. Anyway, I went back and I sort of adjusted a lot in Cura and had a bit of a play around, and I suddenly thought, I wonder if I print in spiralized.
Right.
And it loved it. I'll give it its due. It actually loved spiralized. It was a dream. It just off it went. I think
Okay.
it's something to do with a lot of support wise, it doesn't like.
Yeah.
But if it's a consistent.
So
run,
is that because of retractions, basically, is what you're saying? If it
yeah, what
starts
I'm
doing
thinking,
retractions, it gets a bit cloggy and a bit.
yeah, it sort of doesn't like going backwards and forwards and not being pushed out. It
Right.
seems like it wants to, because it's so brittle, almost wants to just seize up in the hot end if it's not constantly being pushed.
So it sounds like it's a heat consistency issue. So, like, of
Yeah.
course, when you draw it back into the hot end, you create the heat higher up, and that will almost soften it too much, and then it just clogs when it.
It seems. I don't know. I just really didn't enjoy printing with it,
No.
which I'm really gutted about, to be honest, because I was thinking, oh, this could be really good fun. I could make something really cool. Yeah, and it just wasn't a great filament.
Just wasn't that great.
No, I mean, in spiralized, it actually didn't do too bad.
Right, because it just kept going.
Went. But when I got to the top here, the actual body was a nightmare because it's
Right.
the wings are separate, which I'd done in spiralized.
Yep.
Were fine. The body, it just hated.
Okay.
So yeah, it was. Yeah, an experience. I think we'll put it down to.
Bit of a mixed bag.
Yeah, I mean,
We need to get you a board on your wall with like the different
whiteboard and we'll do
different filaments with a little sticky
them around,
marker.
and
It's
it'd be
like Top
Top
Gears. Yeah. Yeah.
And we'll put like the crappiest to the
Yeah,
best,
yeah.
and we'll give them names and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay,
We should do that. We should do
I
that.
think that might have to happen. We'll get a board up here and we'll.
Well, I mean, you go through enough, don't you?
Yeah. In fairness, I'm getting through quite a lot lately.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you know we can put it on your rating board, and we'll be able to see at a glance what is
Which
your
is the
best
best.
filament. Put the
What
little
we
price
think.
on there. Put price on there, so we can then see value
have-
and where it sits on the thing.
We can have like a board of fame.
Board of
We'll call
Fame.
it the board of fame.
Can you get on the Filament Board of Fame? What does it take to make Martin's number one?
Yep. And you beat.
At the top, you have Under the Hotend. And this is what it takes to get under the hot end.
What it takes to get under my hot end.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Yeah, that's doable. I think. Well, I'll be hunting for a whiteboard this week.
Yeah. Or just a strip of magnetic tape would do.
I like it. We'll just
put
hang
it on there.
the ceiling
Yeah.
and see where you go.
Yeah.
Think, I will conjure that up. I like that. We'll sort that.
Yeah, just a little strip of steel and some neodymium magnets. There you go.
Sorted. Yeah, I like that. That's going to happen.
Yep,
So that's
we've
something
got.
to look forward to, people.
Yeah, Board of Fame. Can we get anybody under Martin's hot end?
Can we? Yeah. Can you stay under the hot end?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
going to be the
exactly.
question.
That's it. The heat is on on the street.
So
Yeah.
the other one I tried this week was Eono's filament.
Oh no.
Eono.
Oh no.
Eono. Eono. And I was absolutely pleasantly surprised, if
Okay.
I'm honest.
Okay.
It printed awesome.
Oh wow.
Absolutely
Okay.
awesome. I didn't get any stringing, no retraction issues. I played it through a heat range of 195 to 200, and it ate it up. It didn't
Yeah.
fault on any of the temperatures.
Are you finding you're having difficulties with the current heat changing the performance of filaments?
Yeah, I generally I print in enclosures, as you know. I built a big enclosure for my units, and that generally keeps me pretty consistent in temperature.
Right, okay.
It doesn't really. If it's a really cold day, I might have to up it by a couple of degrees.
Yeah. What about
It's
a really
not
hot day though? Because I
really
could
hot days.
assume
What I
in your
generally do, if it's baking hot, I'll open the front door of the enclosure.
well,
You know, if
it's more about the room that you're in there.
yeah.
Doesn't that get roasty?
Well, with when we built this, we sort of had it in mind. I was going to be printing in here a lot, and we wanted to make it sort of a universal space because my wife struggles at night and all the rest. So we actually fully insulated all the walls. We got reflective covering on the insulation. Insulated the roof. We went to town. Really, it's like a miniature house in here.
Okay, so it does say fairly consistent then.
Yeah, it doesn't. In the freezing winter, it does drop a little bit. But I would say that's probably from sort of window leak more than anything.
Yeah, no, fair play.
Which, unless we're going to go full bore and put in triple glazed windows, you're going to get some.
Yeah, I gotcha.
So,
That's fair enough.
It's pretty consistent. I do occasionally find with super hot days, it is warm in here, and I generally sort of put the print on, stay with it for the first few layers, and I tend to go out into the garden and watch through the window because it's so hot. You don't want to really be sat in here anyway.
Yeah.
You know, you got a garden right out in front of you. It's like,
Well, I've just been finding in my office this last week, with the two printers running and then sculpting in VR, like all of a sudden it's like 95 degrees in here, and I'm getting heat stroke.
yeah, that's never good, especially when you're in VR.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't half heat up the computer using that. I'll tell you. Yeah. The computer suddenly turns into a fan heater. 800-watt fan heater.
Yeah, it's just pumping around the hot air.
Yeah. And it comes straight up under the desk, right into your face. It's like sitting over Mount Helena.
He's sat on top of Mount Mordor.
Yeah. Mount Doom. Yeah, chuck the one ring in there. Nice.
Yeah, see if it smelts.
So we left off last time, which was a couple of weeks ago now. But like you've been crazy busy, I've been crazy busy, and also last week I was having severe difficulties with the internet, which the lovely people have come along and fixed, and then somebody else come along and fixed again, and hopefully it doesn't need fixed again. So if we do drop out, then we drop out, but hopefully it won't. So that'll be good.
Be there.
But we left off last time on the last week's exciting adventure. Week's exciting adventure. We left you all with the artillery printer. What's the update, sir?
Well, it's been it's been like a real crazy week for the whole industry. To be honest, there's been a convention. I don't think it was last week, maybe the week before. The week after we done our last live, there was a big convention on the 3D industry. So
Where was that?
contact with a lot of people has been a bit patchy, if
Where
I'm
was
honest.
that?
Not entirely sure.
I assume it
I
was.
know there
It
was,
must have been at Shenzhen then.
I know there was, yeah, I think it was near Shenzhen, to be honest, because most of the provider or producers I was talking to were
Yeah, yeah.
there. So
It'd have to be. Yeah.
pretty close, I'd imagine. So yeah, it's been a bit patchy to talk with a lot of producers. But Artillery actually have gone above and beyond. I'll give them their due. They've been in a, a very weird situation, but they have literally non-stop tried to assist. So
So
I've ended up.
what was your experience? So let's go through this because I like customer service. I spend now a large amount of my time providing customer service. So for
Yeah,
me, our problems are slightly different, but I like to have an issue answered within 6 hours, resolved within 24. That's my personal goal.
yeah,
That's a lot easier for us to achieve. So, given that
right.
this ended up not working, and it was, the screen wasn't operable, you contacted them. What happened?
Basically, I got back onto my contact at Artillery, who was, I'll give her due, she was good as gold. Got a little bit confused. She when I explained what it was, she said, "Oh, I think it's firmware." And I said, "Okay." She sent me the firmware files. Now, she told me to download direct to the SD card and just plug the SD in, it will work.
Yeah, makes sense.
It doesn't work. It needs compiling.
It needs what?
Compiling the
Oh,
firmware.
right. Okay.
So what she sent me was an uncompiled firmware file.
So you
So I
still had
tried
to
it
run it
anyway.
through Visual Studio.
Exactly. Yeah, I tried it anyway, and obviously didn't get anywhere. So then I compiled it in Visual Suite.
Yep.
Tried that, didn't get anywhere. So she put me on to the tech engineer then.
Was it actually downloading it? So after you
What it
turned it
did,
on, was it going?
no,
No.
wasn't taking it,
Oh,
nothing. So they put me onto the tech who, brilliant, fair play to him. He went through everything, right, reconfirm there, recompile this, and we'll do that, and we'll do that. We put it back in, boot it up, blue screen. Oh, okay. It works out basically, from what I can work out, it's got an issue on the main board to SD feed
oh,
because the SD feed is up here and the main board's down here. So it's feeding, and there's nothing wrong with the wires. I can't see anything wrong with the slot. As far as I can work out, it's that because we then went to confirm it by, he said, okay, let's try it by printer lead, USB lead. Connected it to my laptop and it registers the printer. It tells you the printer's there. It tells you the state it's in. But that's as far as we could get with it. We couldn't physically alter it
at this
anywhere.
point, were you email or live chat or?
We were live chat. We were actually doing a direct chat on MSN
Right,
Messenger,
okay,
on Facebook Messenger, if you like.
right.
And yeah, he was brilliant. If I'm honest, he was top draw because he was asking, have you tried it? Yeah, I've tried this.
I know
Have
you.
you
I
tried
know you
that?
work
No.
during. I know you work during the day. Was this
Yeah.
during the evening?
Yeah, basically what
What's
happened
time
is
difference?
we started trying in the evening. So for them, that's really good because usually they're asleep.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, by the time I get home from work, they've probably been asleep for 3 hours.
Right.
So he had actually sort of stayed on and he was trying his hardest. And then we actually went into Saturday. He was on Saturday,
Yeah.
and we finally decided that this is flogging a dead horse a little bit. So then he asked me to get back to my original contact, and she was at this convention, so it was impossible to have any communication.
Yep.
And the next thing, another contact there called Rita. She fantastic. Cannot praise this woman enough. She has been a legend.
Right.
She has gone above and beyond. She went to a manager and got issued a brand new unit to get sent to us.
Right.
She then spent 2 days sorting for it to come from Germany, so we get it quicker rather than ship from China.
China, yeah.
There was an issue with the electronic mailing system to Germany.
Mhm.
So she spent probably another 3 hours and finally got it. I received a notification it was leaving Germany yesterday.
Right.
I just received a notification before we went live saying it was already in London. So we should be receiving it in the next day, 2 days.
Nice, nice. It's a shame it didn't get here in time for this week, but you know, it gives us a good opportunity to review what's happened so far. So, what
We
what
were hoping.
what do they want? What do they want you to do with the old one? Have you returned it?
Basically, they are what they're hoping for me to do is to send it to a technician in the UK. So I think they've established a UK-based technician for all their printers.
Oh, right. Okay.
But basically, there will be a UK hub for any faulty issued printers to be sent to, get repaired, and sent back to yourself.
Nice.
So that's kind of nice. I really quite like the fact they've sort of looked into it and thought, actually, we need somebody there. We need somebody who can fix these and, you know, put problems right rather than having to send out new units every week because
Yeah,
it just
I
gets
mean,
crazy.
if you can repair it, don't RMA it because you know it's a waste of time, a waste of resources. Plus, you know, you can help the customer learn a little bit about the machine that they have.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, you have some good contacts at these various places.
Yeah.
I would like to. Well, I would hope that that would be a similar way that they would deal with the general customers' issues as well.
I kind of feel they haven't really treated me any different,
Right.
if I'm honest. Because what makes me say that is because I am fairly new with artillery. I've not done a lot with artillery in the past. I've talked to a couple of contacts there, but that's where the sort of line's been drawn. There's not gone any further.
Yep.
Now, my main contact there, like I say, was completely out of the scene for the majority of these issues. She got a bit of a glimpse of it at the beginning when I first messaged her saying, I had a problem here. And that probably went on for about an hour, and then she was out the scene. So all the other people I've dealt with didn't really know me from Joe Public or
Right.
from anybody else, you know.
Yep.
So I kind of feel like they're really stepping up their customer service game and really trying to sort of strive forward because they've put a lot of effort in the last couple of years, building a good.
Yes, because the thing is like it's one thing to put out equipment or a thing, reasonable price, whatever it is you're going for, but if you can't back that up by solving problems, then it's worthless, you know.
Yeah, you're pretty much flogging a dead horse from the get-go, aren't you? You're here, look at our printer, buy this. Yeah, we can't help you. You're
Yeah,
never going to get any
we
more
don't
customers.
care anymore. It's like, well, I don't
Yeah.
care about you. See you later. Bye.
Exactly, and the nice thing is they've just put out a new release in the last 2 weeks of an accessory new hot end for their previous model printers.
Okay.
So they're currently updating their older version printers as well without having to buy the whole unit, which is nice. You
Nuts.
know, I'm quite impressed by that because the actual hot end they've brought out looks really good.
Mm. Well,
I
it's
did actually
also
message.
interesting because, of course, they've got that proprietary cable and everything.
Yeah.
In order to improve, you have to offer people an option that is almost plug and play, because otherwise
Yeah.
it's going to be for your average user, and we're talking
Yeah.
average user. It's going to be more taxing to fit than on some of the more generic printers.
And the thing the problem you've got, which a lot of people that start in the printing world don't really understand, is there's hundreds of hot ends out there, hundreds.
Mm.
What they don't realise is a lot of them you have to play with the firmware to get to work properly.
Yeah.
So for a lot of new users, it's a no go. You know, I can remember when I first sort of went into firmware, I was like, yeah, this ain't happening.
Well, I think you remember when I first went into firmware.
It's like, oh, it is though, isn't it? You know yourself, it's a minefield. You look at it and you just think,
Well, when I changed it, for all the people out there in TV land, when I changed the firmware on the 5 Plus back there, I put an SKR Mini E3V2 in there, and because of the differences between the axes between the Ender 3 and 5 Plus, in order to change the orientation or the direction of where it was homing, all I did was turn the plugs upside down in the stepper motors to try and avoid going and changing the firmware, because I was trying to avoid it that much. Which, as a hardware solution, it works.
yeah.
But there was more problems that needed to be solved than that would actually do, unfortunately. So I had to learn it in the end.
Yeah.
Thanks to the help of Martin and Simon.
Simon, especially. I mean, we mentioned it last week. Simon is like an absolute god.
Mm.
He's a hero. I love him to pieces. He saved me so many times. Is the biggest shout out possible is to Simon.
Yeah. We'll have to get him on sometime
Yeah, definitely.
to
I have
talk
been
about
seeing.
crazy building and stuff.
He's actually super busy at the moment. From what I hear, he's been doing some beta testing for a company, and he's in between probably about 4 of his own projects at the minute. He's actually working on what he's classing as a filler wine system, which is pretty interesting. He's making a whole unit from scratch using a 3D printer
Right.
to roll filament, to actually wind filament onto rolls.
Yeah.
Because more and more are now going into these spoolless rolls, like if you like sample style rolls,
Yeah, the
where they're
master
just
spools.
cable tied.
Master spools.
Yeah. So what he's sort of playing at the moment is where you can wind one of these spools onto an existing plastic spool.
Right.
So you're not getting any snagging and catching and everything else.
Don't your master spools just come in 2 halves and then you lock them together?
Yeah, but a lot of the time when you buy that filament to go on the master spool, they've been wound really bad.
Right.
So if you just put it on your spool and print, it ends up snagging, catching, and snapping.
It's these sorts of things that stop people from actually doing it.
Yeah.
You know, because if you've then got to like buy another machine to be able to use these things, you know, then it's like what's the point, you know?
Why not just stick with the old crappy spools?
Yeah, I'll just buy some spool tower files instead.
Yeah, just buy a shed load of spool towers, files, just make Awesome towers instead.
Make
Just
loads
stick
of
with the
small
old one.
towers. Like,
Just
you know,
don't worry about recycling.
exactly. Recycle it yourself. Don't throw them
Yeah.
away.
Yeah. I mean,
Every
the idea-
year, millions of spools are thrown away, littering our landscape. No! Spool
But now,
towers!
from digital taxidermy, small towers.
Spool towers! Here
I
to
mean,
save the day.
the nice thing with it, what I like with what Simon's doing is he's making this whole machine from just filament and disposable items for 3D printers, if you like.
Right, so
And
stepper motors and stuff. So,
yeah, and a screen from like an old ANET or something. He's got one of the old A8 screens, you know, the 8-bit jobs
Mm.
with the sort of dial and the blue screen. It's
yeah.
pretty basic, but he's working out so it actually feeds the spool evenly
Yeah.
in layers. So any of these knotted bundles that you get, I've had normal bundles that have come knotted.
Yeah.
You know, and to undo the whole roll takes you hours.
Yeah.
To either sort of cut it out and just try and hope, and generally get loads of snags and failed prints. You simply put it on his machine, push go, and it will rewind the whole roll onto another spool.
Hmm.
So
Sounds
I
interesting.
can see where he's going with it. I've actually take my hat off to him because he's clever enough to actually work out the speed everything's got to move and how it's got to lay, and you know, he's doing an awesome job on it.
I mean, was sort of looking into that sort of thing a while ago, and I mean, like all the calculations and formulas have been done a long time ago. It's just a case of applying them. So,
Yeah.
and then of course you've got to write the firmwares to control
Exactly.
it, and that's the hard part.
Well, this is the thing for Simon. That's his fun part. He loves
That's
it.
what he does.
He's crazy.
What he does. What he
Well,
does.
he's a mad foreigner, and he just I can do this. You know, I'm going to do this, and it's like
Hey, people! I'm from Holland. Isn't that weird?
cracks me up. He just creases me up. I was on the phone with him the other night, and I was just in stitches the entire time. He's so funny.
Yeah. Good lad. Good lad. Yeah.
He is a good lad. He is.
Nice.
So, in general, I mean, I've done a lot of talking with other producers again this week. I've actually got some exciting new filament coming.
More
I've
new
had-
filament ready for your board of hotness.
This will be for the board of hotness. This is
Yeah.
going to be the first on the hotness board, I think, because
Nice.
everything, all the research I've done on them, they've been a company that's been around a while, but they've not actually been supplying the UK.
Right.
So I'm getting the first of their new line samples in the UK,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm quite excited. They look, yeah, we're going to have to watch this space for now. I don't want to give too much away because I want to do some funky prints with them. Show
Can
on
we
live
get
stream.
for your board of hotness? Can we get a picture of you?
Board of hotness.
Can we get a picture of you with a hot end or something? At the
I think what we might have to do is get the Under the Hotend mascot a picture of him
yeah.
on the top,
Yeah.
and then his hot end, we'll have it
Yeah.
coming out of his hot end.
Yep.
I think that's got to be done.
We'll just have a recycle bin at the bottom.
Yeah, we'll print a recycle bin.
Yeah.
And every time it comes off the board, it just goes in the bin. You were there. You're now there.
Brutal.
Brutal.
But you know, fair.
I think we're going to have a bit of brutality with it.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving along, I've basically lined up that, and that's actually in transit. So that should be in the next 2 weeks. That'll arrive.
Okay.
We've got the Hornet coming in that should be here for next live stream.
Hopefully. I'm excited.
Hopefully.
I'm excited. Are you
well,
excited?
I'm really excited.
I want to see this thing print.
That's been an ender wall for a while now. I mean, that I've been using those day in, day out for a long time. I've got a lot of printers, but my enders are my workhorses.
Well, anybody that's seen our last streams and noticed might well have noticed that there's a space there now where the CR30 has disappeared.
It's
Um,
gone.
yeah, it's gone.
It's gone.
Yeah, I sold it. But what that does mean is I have a Jade Labo on the way, so there
Yeah,
will be an
boy.
IDEX coming in as soon as that is existing, ready,
I tell you what, I'm
finished.
so jealous right now because that is just an awesome looking bit of kit.
It really
That
is.
is.
It really is.
I'm
But
yes.
my Ender 3 is now getting a bit rickety, so
Well,
I need to replace it really. And I need something which has got a sturdier bed
yeah,
because
yeah.
that center rail, because that one in particular is a base model and it's wobbly as hell. I'd quite like one that has the dual rails. To my
yeah,
mind, that'd give you
that'll
the best thing.
just settle you right out.
Yeah.
And I mean, my my first ender is like you say the base model, and mine's just starting to get rickety again.
Mm.
I actually went a bit above and beyond. I went a bit nuts and got re-drilled and re-tapped extra holes in the centre rail.
Mm.
So I've actually got 4 along that centre. So it's fired right in, and it was quite solid, but it is just starting to get to that point where things are starting to do that, and it's like, oh. So I've got the Ender Pro as well, and the difference is, yeah,
Yeah.
it's quite visible.
Yeah.
Yeah. I must admit, I love my Ender 3 Pro. I love it to bits. I can't fault it. I've recently gone a bit mad and done new housings. One's got my PI in, and one's got my main board in, and it's all running on RGB fans now. And it's about as far forward as I think I'm probably going to take that one.
Mm. Well,
Other than that, oh,
the fun thing about the one behind me is that the Ender 3 is that one isn't mine. I had an Ender 3 Pro, and then what was it? There was something had gone wrong with that one. Oh yeah, I don't know. For some reason something had gone wrong with it, and so I swapped it with Theo, who's my
right.
business partner, at Digital Taxidermy, and I had his Ender 3, and he's still got my Ender 3 Pro. But at one point, the motherboard or the screen, I don't know which, died in the Ender 3. So I
Right.
then fitted a silent board and touchscreen because I was like, well, I don't know which is broken, so I'll change both. Um, and now I don't want my 3 Pro back because then I'll have to fit another silent board. So
I have actually got original boards if you want them. I can send you them up.
I've got the original. Yeah, I mean, I've got the
Got new
original
ones.
board for my 5 Plus and stuff as well, but I don't need the original board. I need
No, I
silent
mean
board.
for the standard. So you've got the screen and the board.
Well, I mean, I could just get another one, but I don't want to take it apart and fit it because I'm
Yeah,
lazy.
I don't know.
If I buy another
Pretty much
one, if I buy a replacement for it, it will have a silent as stock because
yeah,
I
something
can't
like
be bothered to take it
yeah,
apart and refit.
something
Um,
like the V2 or the V3 now, is it? I think
yeah,
no, it's
the V2, yeah.
yeah. There's a V2 and there's a turbo now, isn't there? There's an
Mm.
Ender E3 turbo.
Yeah, but I mean, there's so many on the market now as alternatives that come with silence fitted.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like that one that you were telling me about. What was it? The begins with a G. That you had deals on earlier. You were talking about deals that were available.
What printer wise, or are we talking board
Yeah,
wise?
printer.
Oh,
Hang on, I'll bring up the message.
yeah, you're losing me there. We talk so much on printers.
Yeah. Lot of printer talk. Come
A lot of printer
on,
talk.
computer. Right. What we got?
Oh, Minga.
Minga. That's it. It doesn't begin
Minga.
with a G. It's got a G in
I'm
it.
thinking G.
Yeah. It's got a G in it.
Who
But
wants
they're
to
one.
detect? No.
Because I was looking at that, and it's got silent board, dual bed rails. It's got the lot.
Minga are actually really high quality printers, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
The build quality on their printers is pretty awesome.
yeah,
I think.
yeah. I forget what the name of it was. But
D2.
the what?
D2.
D2, the Mighty Ducks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mighty. Yeah. Or R2D2, isn't it?
No, D2 is the Mighty Ducks.
Mighty Duck. Yeah.
The Mighty Ducks.
Yeah. No, they're actually a really solid machine, to be honest. They're really well built.
Yeah.
Really well built. Yeah. So yeah, they should be interesting. I'm hoping I'm going to have another unboxing at some point in the not too distant future. In about 3-4 weeks, I'm hoping if all goes well, I'll have another unboxing for live.
See, we need to have a second wall then for printers.
Can you knock the ender off? Or
Yeah,
can
yeah.
you knock the hot end off the ender?
Yes. Yeah.
Can you knock the hot end off the ender so we can have?
Because the ender is
Okay.
the ender is your standard measure, so that can sit in the middle as our baseline reference,
Is
and then
that
everything
like the
else
stick line?
can be graded above and below that.
We've got the ender stick line.
Yeah.
Is it going to go above or is it below?
Yeah, absolutely. Because it's
Yeah.
the ender really is that base reference point. It's
Well,
been
that is,
around forever, and it does everything that your baseline consumer needs. We just need to get our hands now on an Ender 3 V2.
Yeah. If I could get hold of a V2, I'd be laughing because that would be all three to compare against each other. And so far, we all know the Pro is better than the basic.
Yeah. And if the V2 is better than the Pro and price worth it, then that becomes the yardstick.
That one goes up, that one comes down.
Well, but it becomes the yardstick then, and we can say, okay, you compare this to the baseline features. This is the current baseline product. Is it better? Is it worse? Is it whatever?
To Creality. Here you go, Creality. If you want to drop us a V2, you can become the baseline.
I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to send them an email.
Yeah, I think I might have to sort of hit them up this week. And
Yes.
see.
Oh, you've got a line to Creality, haven't you?
Yeah, I have.
Jesus.
I have.
Get him to send me a V2. Get him to send me a V2.
Yeah, we need a V2, please.
We need one stat. We've got two printers. We've got two printers to compare it to.
Send all of them. Just send them all, and we'll
No, I
work
just
out
want a
where they go.
V2. I haven't got room for all of them. I just need a
Yeah, no, we'll have
V2.
them all. We need to know. I need to know where everyone's goes now. It's like
I need a
put this room
V2
in
because my
motion.
2-year-old 3 is dead, and we need something to compare the others to. Do you want to remain top of the game?
Yeah. Do you want to stay at the top?
Yeah.
I'm not being biased.
Yeah. If you can send us something we can use to compare every other printer against, please.
What would you want? I mean, yeah. I mean, they actually contact. I've been in contact with Creality. I am every week with Creality. To be honest, we've created a really good relationship.
Right.
With Creality, I've been working alongside Creality for it's over 12 months now.
Yep.
Way over 12 months on different projects and bits and bobs. And they've actually said they're sending me their newest webcam.
Oh, okay.
Basically,
You need a webcam.
Sorry?
You need a webcam.
I need a webcam. No, I have actually got a webcam, but I'm still using a laptop. Basically, the new Wi-Fi box that they
Right.
brought out.
Yeah.
It has they since they brought it out. There's been a big thing. We want to add a webcam so we can do time lapse and everything else. They've been battling for quite some time to get a webcam to work. It's been
The biggest thing that I've run into every time I've looked into the Creality box, because I had one for a little while when I had the CR30, and I never undid the shrink, because when I looked into it quite heavily, every single comment, every single forum, every single review
everywhere.
said, "Why didn't you just put a pie in it?"
Yeah, yeah. Well, basically, what's happened there, as far as I know, it's not gospel, but I believe they've worked quite strongly with Pi.
No, I mean, like the board that they've used is like it is a bare minimum spec board.
Yeah,
Like, and this is the thing, is it the specs on it are pretty far away from a pie.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
like
I
they
think
don't,
they've worked
they're not even in the
developing.
same ballpark.
No, they've worked at developing their own system with Pi. I believe they've been in contact somewhere along the line.
Because
Uh,
there is a GitHub where you can basically you can flash a what is it? There's a wireless web control system that you can flash onto there, and then you
yeah,
put Clipper onto it, and you can, and it's got just enough power to run that. But
that's about it.
you can't get like Octopi on there. Like
No,
it won't
they're actually already on their second box.
make sense.
So,
Because
so they,
that first one everybody's saying is an exciting doorstop.
yeah, yeah. What I found with the first one. It sort of done its job, but it wasn't doing it at its game. It wasn't doing. Basically, from working with Creality for so much and helping and all the talk with them, I was kind of hoping it was going to be up here and like rah, all singing, all dancing, the Hulk of PI boxes, and it was sort of like Tintin.
Mm.
It it
Yeah.
was. It sort of works, but it's temperamental. The first one, the beta ones were even worse. Let's put it that way. They were so temperamental that you probably got into about 20 minutes of a print
Yeah.
and lost connection. It was really hard work. You used to just like sit by your printer. I was like, the whole point is so you don't have to sit by your printer.
Yes.
But now
Yeah.
they have ironed out quite a lot with it, to be honest. Their new package that was released on their anniversary that they actually sort of previewed.
Mm.
I'm in a bundle, a
I
Wi-Fi
mean,
smart
it's
bundle.
specifically designed to work with their cloud printing service.
Yeah, it's designed. Basically, they put a lot of development into the Creality app,
Mm.
the Wi-Fi app. Now, up until recently, that was purely for sharing and printing and general domestic purpose.
Yeah.
Currently, they are now working on other fields that are not going to be purely domesticated.
Yeah, because that was the big turn off for me, was the simple fact that in order to print off of there, you had to upload your file to the cloud, but in order to upload your file to the cloud, it then was automatically accessible to anybody,
Yeah.
which is not great if you have business files. Um,
Yeah.
and the other thing is surely you run into copywriting issues
Yeah.
if you're forcing people to share paid for files and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, this is something I've been at long discussion with them on. saying, look, you have got to be really careful, because if people are putting up paid files, you are going to run into a lot of issues.
Yeah. And I don't know if that's just because of how we in general understand China's relationship with copyright laws,
Yeah.
or whether it is just something they hadn't really considered.
I think it's probably more of an overlook,
Yeah,
because I think, in honesty, they were hoping to build it rapidly for a community that can get more out of it.
I mean, ultimately it becomes Creality's Thingiverse,
Yeah,
because
basically, I
Thingiverse
think what
was
they were
MakerBot.
hoping was a one-stop app that all users could find exactly what they wanted.
Yeah.
Which,
Yeah. It's Creality's Thingiverse.
yeah,
And
yeah,
the unfortunate thing is though, is like, of course, Thingiverse is freely accessible, etc., etc. The Creality Cloud is a very niche thing, and
yeah.
then like, how do you then deal with things like DMCA's,
I mean,
copyright
you can.
infringements?
Anybody can use Creality Cloud app,
Right.
to a degree. To a degree. I mean, the way they've done it is anybody can use the actual Creality Wi-Fi box. It's not strictly for Creality printers.
Yeah.
You have got a point in there that you can alter it, so you can change the bed size, the build height, everything. So,
Yeah.
to be honest, anybody could go and buy one, and anybody can use it. So, in effect, yeah, it's an open source system and everything else.
Yeah.
Now, up until recently, or up until lately, it's been flawed. It has been flawed, for the fact they wanted everybody just to fulfill it, and it didn't matter where the files come from.
Yeah.
So now, at the moment, they are literally working on a few different things for
Right.
the app. They've just released a new. It's like a Creality coin. It's like a Bitcoin, but Creality coin. So if you use the app constantly, you upload, you like, you share, you chat on the app, and all the rest, you earn Creality coin. Now, you can redeem the Creality coin on the app for physical product, or I believe app related product.
Yeah.
I've not looked majorly into it, and it was only released about a week or so ago. So basically, what they're trying to do is like a bit like a crypto coin for Creality, I think.
Literally, that doesn't interest me at all. In fact, it's a massive turnoff.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. I don't
What
fully understand.
what they're doing is trying to encourage personal investment and interaction. So,
Yeah,
I mean, it doesn't sound crypto because it's probably not on the blockchain.
no,
But what it is a loyalty
you can't
scheme to
mine for
say
it.
that you
The
can't
word.
just turn up and use any of these files. You have to share stuff.
Yeah, I think it's actually on. A lot of it is they've opened this app store, which you can buy physical stuff, like a roll of filament, say, or Hotend, or whatever. I think you can convert it into use of that.
Right.
So
So
yeah,
what do you have to do to get this coin? Is
it's
it like,
just simple stuff like upload designs, or
yeah, but
like
whose
others designs.
designs?
Hey,
But whose designs?
yeah, this is the point. If
It's
they,
open to abuse from so many different angles.
yeah, yeah, if they don't get on it quick and make sure they're not paid for designs that somebody's slapped up there to
Yeah,
get crypto
because
coins.
like, I could go into an archive of stuff that I've downloaded off of Thingiverse over the years,
Yeah,
and then upload 4,000 files that somebody else has made and get loads of free filament for it.
exactly.
Great.
Exactly. So
What a great thing that is.
I'm not entirely sure how or if they are monitoring it yet, or I don't know.
It would have to be gate kept somehow. And I personally, like,
Can't
not,
it?
I mean, this is without even really having experience. I would tend to say they probably haven't got the manpower dedicated to monitor all the uploads or validate them prior
Well,
to.
every upload you put in has to be pass verified.
Yeah, by who or a bot?
That's the question. Who is it?
Yeah.
And
And I,
do
I
they know
doubt
where
it's
that
going to
is?
be, I doubt it's going to be manually verified.
No, I guarantee it'll be some robot within 24 hours will go, yeah, all right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll be interested. I'm following with a bit of interest on it because
Yes.
obviously I've heard a few bits that are coming or in the pipeline. So I'll be interested to see where it goes.
Mm. Yeah,
If
I'm
it,
not keen on the idea of incentivized social sharing of
no,
these
it's just,
things.
to me, it's sort of like they're trying to push you into doing it now,
Yes, yes,
and
it's like, well, hang on, that comes across as a bit sus.
yeah,
Like
yeah. I mean,
Thingiverse is a great model because it doesn't ask anything of you.
no, exactly. It doesn't charge you. You just put it up if you want to put it up.
Yeah.
Which is what I
and
like about it.
and and it's so freely accessible, and it also has the things in place for if you need to get stuff taken down,
Exactly,
so
yeah. And I
it's
think
got that
that's
kind of community monitoring
yeah,
about it, so it's a kind of socially sterile place. You
yeah.
can keep it clean of the various, you know, files with issues.
I I just think it's another one they're tapping that's so well known. Can you actually put a dent in it? I
Well, I mean, like, you've got Colts. Colts
yeah,
came along. Obviously, like, Yegi is a search engine, so it doesn't
yeah,
really count. But Colts 3D um, has come along and is not a replacement because Thingiverse is now like Dyson is to Hoovers,
exactly.
Like Hoover is to vacuum cleaners.
Yeah,
Um, but you've got Colts has now become a very much a large platform for free and paid for files.
yeah.
Again, uh, the thing I dislike about Colts is the advertising is right in your face, whereas
Drives me
Thingy
nuts.
lot of advertising and
Drives me nuts because literally every time I search on Colt, you get two files and an advert that's 9 times bigger.
yeah,
I'm like, well, put it in
yeah, yeah,
context.
yeah.
Adverts on 900 pages because you've got 800 bloody adverts.
So in that sort of case, like I tend to end up on Colts if I'm searching through Yegi.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know, I never go direct to Colts. However,
yeah.
I would go to Thingiverse all the time
I
because its adverts are not in your face.
no,
Again,
I often do.
it's such a nice platform. The only
It's
thing
like you
is
know,
because it's kind of underfunded, it crashes a lot.
yeah, yeah. 403 is it or 401?
Whatever. I mean, it crashes a lot because it's underfunded and overused.
Yeah, I mean, well, like you said earlier, I go through a lot of filament, and quite often I've got to find something to print to actually sort of give me a baseline of where I'm at. So the
If only
first thing I
you
do is
knew
jump
some
on
model
Filament.
designers that had some spare models that you could try out.
If only,
If only, if
if
only.
only that was the case.
We
No,
have a
but
nice
no,
segue there, actually. If we can take a brief pause of talking of Thingiverse, we've got some
oh,
of the latest things off the line.
oh,
So
oh,
here is something that was for the Proxygenitors fabricatum. I don't know if we've shown this one yet. I know I've shown
we
you,
showed that one.
but
We showed that one on the last stream. I think you
did
just
we?
got him off. I love
There
it.
we go. We've got a pipe stack with a whistle, steam whistle, pressure release valve. Prince,
You're no longer at the top. Boop.
Prince without supports entirely, so that's quite good.
I
And
like
just
it. I
sort
love
of
that.
locks on there.
Can you blow for him? He whistles.
Hang on.
No.
Yeah.
It's like panpipes with Neil.
Yeah, little pan pipes. So there you go. Also useful as pan pipe.
Yeah, if you want some panpipes as well as some scenery.
We've got the crashed walker's graveyard.
Love it.
So I decided that something had to die, so it died basically, and that has been crashed. And there's about 6 different scatter pieces that creates for your tabletop. Some bigger, some smaller.
Make an epic
so
little battle area through that. That's class.
Yeah,
definitely.
And then we've got this lovely piece of nightmare fuel, which is rather special.
Oh, I like that. And you've done that out of 2 filaments.
I did. I changed the filament halfway through. Yeah. But no, again, like Prince without supports. This Dubry comes out, and that's a 2-part print glued together, and then everything without supports again.
This has gone sort of more towards that sort of like a chaosy dark.
Oh yeah, I'm letting out my inner Giga. It's at the moment it's all about bio horror. So
like the Neil Lagini.
Yes, basically. I'm kind of untapping the inner darkness and seeing what comes out.
Neil's going deep, peeps.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna start scaring people. I mean,
things are gonna get a little bit dark on this live stream from now on.
Yeah, there's an alternate one of these as well, which is a little bit it's a bit different. But there's a whole bunch of stuff that I've got planned. My garden is growing, and maybe one time we'll load it up and show you some of the darkness that lurks within. But keep your eyes on the website.
A few more people for that though.
Yeah, keep your eyes on the website. There's some really horrible stuff coming along.
No, I need to see some proper shock comments in the comment section while we're doing that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know. People oh.
I mean, if we can get say 20 people on stream, then we can go and delve into my garden and I'll show people what's in there. But
I think we've got to go we can get 20 people. We'll go proper dark into Neil's world.
We'll go and take a walk through the garden and see what happens.
He comes out on the other side.
Yeah. But we've got those are fresh off the printer. So need to get them about. I can throw you a few models to try and test. And also get some feedback, see what you reckon.
Yeah, definitely. I'm up for that. I mean, they haven't printed that much this week, if I'm honest. But that's purely for my timescales being quite short. I've probably done 2 nights out here, if I'm honest, this week. I've been so tied up, it's been chaotic. But it is starting to settle down. We're starting to tie back in at work, which is nice. It's freeing me up a little bit again.
It's funny, because all of a sudden, this side of things has ramped up massively for you, and then at the same time, your normal life ramped
Good
up
one.
massively.
Oh yeah, I mean it's my
I mean,
job. My
if we could take the level of poo, right, and we sort of like did it as a scale, you're probably about here in poo at the moment, aren't you?
There's the top of the poo level,
Yeah.
and I'm up here.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
like feeding off the top of the poo level. It's crazy.
Nice.
Most people are sort of generally down, sort of halfway down the chart.
Yeah.
I'm sort.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get back in.
Right there. Yeah. Just dive in.
Yeah.
Dive right in.
It's like I've been pushed off a cliff with no rope, and it's just like, hey.
Yep.
But no, I am. I've been doing a lot of juggling and changing a few ways I do things at work and a few ways I do things at home and sort of rejuggling things about, and it's starting to pay off, which is quite nice. It is starting to level.
We've just had Ragtag 3D has joined us. Evening there,
Right,
Ragtag
good
3D.
evening.
How's it going? I believe you probably just joined us while we were discussing how much poo Martin was in. So
About the depth of poo most people are in, and I'm in a total different layer of it. It's
yeah.
probably not the conversation you wanted to walk into.
Yeah. Talk about timing. You did
incredibly
well. So
Yeah.
hi
You
there.
couldn't really write that. That was
Yeah. There you go.
You get a brownie point. We might have to do as well a
No,
third
we can't
board.
have 3 boards, Martin. We can't
I
have
think
3
we can.
boards.
My wall is quite big. We
Okay.
could have the wall of best chatters. Can
Yeah.
we? Are you the top chatter this week? No, we'll stick with the 2 for the minute.
We'll stick with the 2 because at least they're thematic. So we're good.
Yeah.
We're good. But yeah, so you were saying you haven't printed a lot this week.
No, I did do a bit of modding on both the enders actually this week. I've made new housings for the enders that have got slidable covers, so I can slide the cover off and I'm straight in on top of the main board. I'll put RGB fan lighting inside, which is kind of nice, gives a nice little mood effect, and then I've made a matching for the opposite side on my Pro, which houses my PI setup. But it's all matching, all with the RGBs, so that's quite cool. Thank you. No, it is. No, I'm quite happy with the housing.
Which housing is that?
Both the main board and the PI board have got
Is
brand new
this that
housings.
white print that you put up on Under the Hotend?
Yeah.
We're going for a walk. Everybody gets seasick.
Don't wonder. Don't know if you can see.
Oh,
You see it?
right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I did wonder what that was because I thought it was one of those trays, one of those sets of drawers.
Yeah, no, it's a similar idea.
Yeah.
So what I've done is the top, the perspex bit slides out.
Yeah.
So I've got full access to my main board or full access to the PI.
Okay.
But then you slide it on, it's all sealed. So yeah,
Man,
no, it's
you have far greater intents to be poking around in that thing than I do on mine.
no, I'm in it all the time.
Okay.
I can't help myself.
So the question is, at what point does it stop being an ender?
Well, to be honest with you, I was having this discussion the other day, and when I was beta testing the last Hotend and extruder that I done, it ceased to be an ender.
Yeah.
The only thing that was left ender was literally
The frame and the motors.
Yeah, pretty much. It was I was running a 500-degree hot end setup with a direct drive extruder unit, quick release extruder unit. Everything had to change on it, literally everything. So it was stepper motors and a frame.
It's
So
a
I
hot
couldn't really
ender.
class that.
It's a hot ender.
No.
Nice.
It was a hot ender, mate. It was very hot.
Yeah.
It's cooled down again now, though, so we're all good.
Coming
We're
in
all
hot,
good.
people.
Yeah.
Coming in hot.
So for for Ragtag, who's missed out a little bit, we have been talking. We are going to put up the Wall of Fame, and can you beat the hot end? Wouldn't it? Can you get under the hot end?
Yeah.
So one's going to be for Filament, if it's hot or not, which is our Wall of Fame, and can you get under the hot end is going to be our printer list. So if it can beat our standard, which is an Ender 3 Pro, it's going to get on our wall.
Yeah. What would be your standard for Filament out of your experience? What would be your baseline standard?
My baseline standard, I would say, I'm going to have to go with white G-Tech.
White G-Tech. Okay.
White G-Tech. White G-Tech prints, it does what it should on the tin, and you can move the heat, and it does what it's meant to do.
I'm going to send you a reel of the crap that I've been using.
Yeah, black G-Tech, bin it. I hate it. I hate the stuff. But white, for some reason, they've got it bang on.
Ragtag saying Iono is good.
See, we talked about this earlier, and Iono is actually a cracking good filament. I'm really impressed with Ionos.
What's the dollar value on Iono?
I actually had mine on a deal. There's a lot of deals with Iono at the minute. Carl, what did you pay, mate? I think it's about 14 quid, 15 quid. I think
That's not bad at the current prices. At current prices, that's not bad.
No, it's reasonable. Let me just double check.
Well, by reasonable, that's £5 cheaper than Sunloop.
Yeah. Yeah,
And,
it's
the average.
on
15
average.
quid. Yeah, Ragtag's saying 15 quid.
Average are about 20 quid. 15 to 20 quid a box. So not too bad. You got the black, nice. I actually got gold, and gold's usually one of those.
I've been using what is it? I've been using this stuff, which is Print Me. It's back to front. Print Me Eco line, and it's temperamental. Takes a very specific thing. I'll send you a reel of it, and see what you think. I'd like to know what you reckon.
I'll be interested. I'll send you.
But I do have. I've just got some. It's not Iono. It's EO 3D. Hang on.
Yeah, EO 3D.
It's a different one. It's I'll just find out what's it called.
That's not a bad price at all, Carl. $14.99, mate. That's decent.
Yeah, I've got EO 3D, which is EYO 3D, and I paid £11 for a reel. So I've got to. I'll run that through for next week. And do a test. I'll do a test and see how it goes, and then maybe I'll send you the back half of that roll as well.
Well, what I'm going to do, because I've got mountains of different filaments at the minute, and I've got more coming. So what I will do is I will try and set out to do. I'll find a base model.
Yeah.
And I'll find a base model. Probably it might even be the mascot for Under the Hotend.
Yeah. It would make sense. Let's either make it your mascot or something from our range.
Yeah.
Bonus points. If it fits spool towers on the empty spool.
Oh yeah,
Bonus
point.
points for using the right spool.
See,
Because here's the really annoying thing about this one, right? The center spindle is freaking massive.
Really?
Yeah, it
Surely
makes
that
it a
would be
bit.
left on the roll. You'd be blocked on Facebook. What have
This
you done now?
this is a standard spool that we base the spool tower design off of, right?
Yeah.
This is the spool. You're not getting perspective because of camera, but this is the spool from their one.
Hang on then. Oh, hang on. I've got some like that. Hang on. Okay.
These suck for spool towers because you
My
don't have a lot
question
of space there.
My question is with that, surely if they make that inner bigger, you're getting less filament.
Well, yeah, but it's taller.
Okay. Okay, all right. No, that's fair.
Like
Yeah,
it's quite a lot wider.
That's nasty.
Yeah.
No, that's a weird one. That is weird.
Yeah, it's considerably different.
I've got clears that are similar, but they're not any
They're
wider.
they're still the same diameter.
But they're wider.
Yeah, but if you see here, you've got about 10 mil either side.
By the sound of it, Ragtag, either somebody's. Are you falling out with anybody?
And then you've got these.
Yeah, they're weird.
Yeah, which again these are thinner, but the center spindle is massive again.
Yeah, they're weird.
Yeah. These are really horrible spools, but they're very lightweight. If you look at the plastic, it's flexible. It's not a hard plastic. It's look at that.
That could be quite beneficial, actually, because at least you know your train ain't getting blown up.
It's completely.
Hang on, Ragtag. Were you in that competition, that any cubic competition earlier? Because if you were, I've had it happen to me once where you spam an answer in that competition, and the next thing you get blocked and not able to comment on a activity or Facebook or anything. So chances are you've been in a comp and spammed. I think that's probably why you're blocked from there, pal.
Naughty boy. Naughty.
The problem is these comps, right? I love them. I love the idea of them, and I love the way they're putting stuff out to the community and everything else. But they're getting you to spam. As soon as you start spamming on these competitions, Facebook looks at you and goes, "You're being naughty, mate," and they block you.
I mean, that's really interesting because I've never spammed at all for digital taxidermy ever in my entire usage of digital taxidermy. I have never spammed anything, and I've not been blocked. I've never been blocked from Facebook.
What I've noticed before, I've done it where I've been in a comp and they've asked you to type, I don't know, 1 or something like that, and basically you've got to repeatedly type 1, and when they stop, whoever's at the top is the winner. Now I've had it on one where I was smashing it, to be honest. I probably had about 500 comments in that stream. It was nuts, and literally got out the stream and got banned. I was like, I'm only doing a comp. But Facebook see it as you're spamming.
Yeah. But I mean, like, they're forcing you. Technically, they're breaking the terms of service, but they're forcing you to.
Yeah. So basically,
it's not on.
Supplying the comp is getting you banned.
The interesting thing is it's kind of against the terms of service of Facebook to run competitions on Facebook.
Yeah, it's dodgy ground because I had this a long time ago with G-Tech. was asking for suggestions on how they could sell on restored units, or basically get more activity. And I said, well, why don't you do a auction? Do a live auction. People bid on it, and whoever gets the puts the most down in a certain time wins that printer.
But you can't.
They
You're
did,
not allowed.
and it didn't go down well.
Yeah, you're not allowed.
They class it as gambling, don't they?
Yeah.
Facebook class it as gambling, so they come down quite hard on it. So that was the last auction I seen on Facebook.
The other thing is like things like that kind of bypass their algorithm for distribution of content, and they don't like that because they put that kind of stuff behind a paywall.
Yeah.
Which is where you end up seeing a lot of these sponsored competitions, and you know they're paying for the advertising. So
that's it. They're paying to have that pushed out there, and Facebook don't tend to like giving away things.
Well, it's an Facebook is nothing but an advertising platform, and it's funny because like people in groups get really snotty when you do advertising, and it's like, yeah, but Facebook is just an advertising platform.
Yeah,
if you don't want to be part of advertising, then you've got like Instagram or MeWe, you know, or some of the other ones, or LinkedIn.
Anything you can think of, put it there, just not here.
Yeah. But Facebook is just an advertising platform.
What creases me up though is basically the things they ban on here, they allow a lot of on Instagram. It's the same people.
Yes.
It's stupid.
Yes.
Just make it into one, or just allow it across both platforms.
Yeah, but they bought Instagram, didn't they? They didn't create Instagram.
Yeah,
and so they keep the two separate, but also like you can't spam on Instagram in the way that you can on Facebook. And the way the algorithm tracks and recommends stuff is entirely different as well.
Yeah, it's like you can't put a link in, can you? Really, people can't click on that link. No. So that
basically, it's not a problem to try and spam and push stuff on Instagram, because in actual fact, you can't gain traction with it.
No,
because you can't turn around and you can't send people direct to another site.
The only way you can do it is through your LinkedIn ad, if you put that in on your profile. But
but it still means that if you put up a thing, they've got to go through to somewhere else to click on a link to go somewhere else. Like once you're on Instagram, it's really hard to end up somewhere else.
Yeah, very.
Whereas Facebook, you can click on an advert and you're somewhere else. Yeah,
straight there. Straight there.
Yeah.
Oh, give it another 24 hours and I guarantee that'll lift, so I wouldn't panic. They block you having any interaction altogether. It's weird. I don't understand why they do those comps, because so many of their followers actually get blocked. Bit silly. Something they can, maybe I'll have a conversation with a couple of them and see if we can come up with something else. I think Creality's done it in quite a nice way, because they get you to fill out a privacy form with your answer on, and they put that into like the mix of winners, so you don't actually have to comment on it on their stream for it, which is probably the better way to go, if I'm honest. Or maybe do the wheel
the interesting thing with all of it. The interesting thing with all of that is there are methods that they can pay for to run these competitions, and so we were looking into one, weren't we? I can't remember the name of it now, but it was basically like, if you pay them, then they have loads of integrations where they can track whether people are liking this, sharing that, and commenting on the other. So it's another one of those things that it's not okay to do, but you can pay to do it.
Yeah. I mean, come on. What's that about?
It's about money, and that's it. It's just all about
That's
money,
what
and
it's
it's like,
about, is money.
if you want to take part in the advertising platform, you have to pay for advertising.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're severely limited.
It's one of those catch-22 systems, isn't it, where you've either paid for it or you haven't got the option. Simple as.
Yeah. Yeah.
For something that should potentially be free.
Well, no, because Facebook is a business and we are its product.
Yeah. You know what I mean? There should be a place where we can vote it out for free, but because we're choosing Facebook, everybody, you've got to play by their rules, and that's the way it goes.
Yeah. And they've got a massive captive audience that is prime for paying for advertising because there's
the bounty, when you look at the population of Facebook, it's worth doing, isn't it?
Well, I mean, in general, Facebook is considered the number one advertising marketplace on the planet at the moment.
Yeah, because of the vast amount of people that see it.
See you in a minute then, Ragtag. No worries.
See you in a minute, Ragtag.
But yeah, it's considered the number one advertising place on the planet for effective marketing.
Yeah.
I've been doing research.
Yeah. You've been bookworming.
Yes, I did research.
Maybe we should. I don't know. I'm thinking about this fucking board now. It's in my head.
Yeah, do it.
It's in my head. We're gonna have to do.
We need a standard model.
Yeah, no, we're gonna have to do our logo.
It can't be a benchy.
It can't be a bench. We ain't doing a benchy.
I've never printed a benchy. We're not starting now.
I printed the Megalodon benchy once.
Right.
You know, the big shark one?
Uh-huh.
After that, I got bored of them.
Yeah.
I printed the one, I was like, yeah, that was crap.
I mean, it's got to test. It does have to test all the same things, which is overhangs, curves, bridging.
What I was thinking was for the filament, we'll just do the Under the Hotend guy.
Okay.
Because I don't really want printers and filaments of all the Hotend guy, because I think that would just be stupid.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if I did, actually no, let's do it the other way. We'll do the printers will be the standard thing, like torture test, a bridging test.
Well, so for rating printers, right? There's several things that we need to do, and it starts from packaging.
Oh
so
yeah,
you got packaging, assembly, calibration, and then your print results.
Yeah, my print result will do on the Under the Hotend guy. Yeah. The filament, I think we're going to have a digital taxidermy model for a filament.
Yeah. We'll find something that has all of the things that a benchy covers.
Because the reason I say that, I go through more filament than I do printers.
Yeah.
So if we do a digital taxidermy design, we can give them away. We can give them away on here.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I'll send them out. Oh yeah, whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Under the Hotend guys, I'm not going to get through 24 Under the Hotend guys unless every producer out there suddenly says, right, we want to get on the Wall of Fame.
They do.
It's going to be.
They do. They want to be on there.
I'm hoping they all do, because then we're going to have like 100 Under the Hotend guys, and I'll start giving them away. That'll be funny.
Yeah, absolutely. And we
could,
Under
the Hotend guys in the Wall of Fame.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
See, Carl, I actually sent Carl's actually a mod at Under the Hot End now because Carl's been
nice.
so helpful.
Oh, you've got him under the hot end as well, then.
So I sent him the file for the Under the Hot End guy this week, and well, it was what 2 nights ago, 3 nights ago, Carl, and you've already printed 2. You've already done a white one and the gold one. I'm like, you've printed more than me.
Good chap. Nice.
So
we need to do. We need to do like a little trophy base for it to stand on that we can emboss the printer's name on.
It's at the minute it's got the base right with Under the Hot End design by Digital Taxidermy. We've got that as a base.
Yeah.
But I think we're gonna have to emboss the name of the printer on it.
Yeah. So that we know.
Yeah.
Yeah. If we cut the little hole in the bottom for a magnet, then it can just stand on.
Just literally
It'll be like
the
this,
printer.
but you know.
Yeah, actually, we could, can we? We could have. I could do a different color filament for each print with the printer, and we can do a race. So you'll have your bench line, which is the start line.
Yellow for the Hornet.
Yeah, so we'll do a yellow one for the Hornet. Whatever else we get, we'll just change the colours so we can have.
When we get the J Labo, it could be a multicolour.
Yeah, I like it. You know, half and half.
Yeah,
man. Yeah, so Carl's well, he's sort of a mod, but he's banned at the minute, so he's not a mod. But he's definitely been spanking out the Under the Hot End guys.
Nice. I mean, that sounds a bit wrong, but you know, fair play.
Yeah, he's done more than me already. I found that was amusing. I really enjoyed printing it, even if Martin was shocked at the speed. Yeah, he was running it quick, man. He was at 90 millimeters a second.
Jesus, I can never get my printers to do that. But I guess I need a new hot end for that.
Well, what was that on, Carl? Was that the CR6 or was it the other thing you've got? That's 20.
I mean, I've got a friend of mine that was printing on the Ender 5, not the Plus, the Ender 5 at 200 millimeters a second on stock firmware.
Jesus.
He literally had it turned up at 250 degrees, 200 mil a second, and just forced it through. I was like, okay. Like, you do realise it's not meant to go that fast.
So mine are capable. They are capable, and they'll probably handle it all quite happily. But I sit mine on around 50 millimeters a second, and it just does what it's meant to do.
My 3 runs are 35 to 40. And to be fair, I've found my 5 Plus, like, for example, the infill I was running at 70 to 80, can't move the filament through fast enough.
Yeah, I don't like pushing it.
No, it really doesn't. So I've had to dial that back down, and like 50 to 60 is the max I can get out of that.
What extruder are you running on your standard?
Just the standard MK8 or MK6. Sorry?
The plastic extruder that comes with it.
There's the standard one, yeah.
Plastic?
Yeah.
Ditch that off, pal.
Oh, what, you mean the extruder arm? Yeah, I thought you meant the hot end. Sorry. Yeah, no, the extruder is aluminium. Is the aluminium.
Right. So
well, I've on the 5 Plus, I've got I went direct drive, didn't I? So I've got the Micro Swiss direct drive plate with the built-in extruder.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah.
So that's fine. The extruder isn't the issue.
No, it's hot end can't cope.
Yeah, it's literally the hot end can't handle it. And it just can't do 70 mil or more. It just literally the infill just turns to shit.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not pretty. you get no layer adhesion. You can
Right.
literally, when you're peeling it off the bed, you can hear it just cracking inside, and you're like, ugh.
So Carl was on the other night. He was on the CR200B. That's actually quite a nice unit. It's fully enclosed. The Creality.
Okay.
Really nice little unit that. And yeah, I must admit I was impressed. It pumped through that whole guy.
What hot end you using there?
Standard Creality, isn't it, Carl? The one that come with it,
Wow.
I'm guessing. Yeah, they're quite a good machine, to be honest with you. They are a fairly.
Yeah, but that'll be the same hot end that I'm using.
No, it's one of the newer versions. It's a lot of newer machine, I think. I
Right.
don't. Is it the Mark 8, Carl? Mark 8 hot end like the Creality Enders, or is it something different?
We've got a
He's
little bit of time
talking.
delay here.
He's probably sat there thinking, I don't know. I'll have to strip the old machine down.
No, it's
Well, exciting news actually on the forefront at the minute. Today was the new release of the Anycubic Viper.
the what?
Anycubic Viper.
Okay.
It's a FDM printer. Actually looks quite tidy. It looks impressive.
What's its USP? Why would I buy one?
I don't know. It just looks nice.
Okay.
No, honestly, no. I think it's a pretty much standard size. Carl might know more on this one. First one has Mark 8, but newer one I think has a different. Yeah. What have you got? The Mark 8 newer one, older one. Basically, it looks like. Have you ever seen the Lotmax Shark?
Nope.
Okay. Have you ever seen? Well, you know the Creality end
I
of
mean,
E2.
I can bring up a picture of one if you want. Hang on. Let me
Can do.
let me bring a picture up of one.
Basically, anybody who watched our last live stream, you will know we had the Hornet here. If you cross part of the Hornet with the Shark, looks like the new Anycubic.
Anycubic Anycubic Viper.
Yeah, literally got launched today.
Anycubic.
Our friend Spring over at Anycubic done quite a lot of promoting on it.
Let me just.
They've done a live today with a giveaway, and yeah, that looks quite a nice machine.
Oh God. Oh no. Whoa.
Yeah.
No. That didn't work.
Hang on.
All my things keep breaking when I try and bring something. Bring up settings I used last week. They just don't work.
So basically, what we've got to do is get more people in chat asking to see new stuff to break the internet.
Oh God. Why? Add a new source. Right. Window capture. Okay. Okay. No, not any of that. Add a new source instead. Okay, here we go. We're getting there now. Anycubic Viper.
I can share it to you.
Here.
There you go.
I've got it. Got it. We've got it here.
Somewhere.
Please. This is pro skills, people. Like,
Bro,
if anybody can run OBS, then like, you know. No.
We're just taking streaming to a whole new level.
Yeah, I need some lessons, people. Okay,
Yeah.
so $299. I assume it's probably going to end up being £299 as well, because that seems to be the way they do the exchange rate these days.
I reckon it'll be 249.
And yeah, it looks pretty mean.
Yeah, that's basically the screen in the front end. That is basically a Lockmax Shark, and then what they've done is they've put an adjustable tensioner up there
Yeah.
on the side of the hot end, which is quite nice.
Yep.
It looks. You have to forgive me. It looks a bit like a
What we
Titan
got?
extruder, maybe.
32-bit TMC 2209, so silent.
Super silent. Oh, it's got auto homing, isn't it? It's sensorless homing, if I believe. I think I heard earlier,
Silent
which is quite a
printing.
nice feature.
Auto leveling, realizing one-touch leveling and printing. I'm interested to know more about that, because as we discussed a couple of weeks ago, mostly what that means and what it actually is are
It's a
two different
conversation I
things.
think I remember us having a chat about.
Yeah, yeah. What we got? Nozzle temperature up to 260 degrees.
Pretty standard.
Yeah.
10 degrees more, really.
Well, I mean, Bowden tube doesn't go up to 260 degrees. Like,
Yeah.
a Bowden fed hot end, you shouldn't run at more than 230.
Yeah. You get to 210, it starts going a bit gooey.
Yeah, you do just break down the Bowden and start poisoning yourself with fumes.
Pretty much.
You know?
And you start filling up your hot end, guys, and it turns to like a rubber.
Yes.
Yes. You can't get it all out.
Yes, and the poisoning yourself with fumes.
That's always a bonus in my house. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, okay, fair play.
It stops me going into the poo.
What we got?
Yeah, no, the Viper, I must admit, it looks quite nice.
We've got a spring steel. We've got a spring steel magnetic plate with special coating.
Yeah, is it a PEI bed, isn't it?
It's special coating.
Yeah, PEI bed style.
No, it's special coating.
Special.
It just says high toughness, scratch resistant coating.
Kind of interested to see what that what their hot end's like, actually, because
it looks.
Yeah, I'd be kind of intrigued by that.
So it's
a dual gear extruder, which is nice.
Yeah, as standard. Looks plastic though.
I think it's one of the plastic case ones. I had I know Big Tree Tech for a while done them where they were dual geared and all metal internal, but it was a see-through plastic casing, and it was like really weird. It was nice. It was a good extruder, but it was really weird to get used to.
They've gone for a slightly bigger build area than the Ender 3 as well. So you've got an extra like 10 to 15 mil in each direction.
That's quite handy, nice size.
Well, it's fine, but from a design point of view, we designed to fit on an Ender 3 because that's the kind of standard.
The way I look at it, though,
it's 220 by 220 by 250 is your kind of standard.
To me, though, if I've got oversize and I'm doing your prints, what I generally tend to do is move them each time. So I'll do one print slightly off center at the front, then the next print slightly off center at the back. You see what I mean? So I move, sort of almost keep a level bed all the time.
Why?
I find if you're dead in the center, it's less tolerant. There's more variation, more chance of variation on your plate. So if you print off at a side, I tend to find you're less likely to have any lift.
So here's me, right? I always print on the side furthest from the extruder to try and uncoil the Bowden tube as much as possible. Because I figure if you're printing close up to the extruder, you'll put in a bigger curve on the Bowden, which potentially gives you more resistance.
Yeah, but your torque on your stepper drive for your extruder it should be able to demolish through that bend.
I know, but like, you know, more resistance, man. Less resistance is better.
Not trying to be negative.
Yeah, I know. I mean, to be fair, like the effect is going to be minimal, but
Yeah.
it's just a thing that I sort
Yeah,
of feel.
Absolutely. I mean, everybody's got their own little things, haven't they? I mean, I love my direct drive, to be honest, because the way I've got my direct drive up, the filament comes straight down to it. There's no bend. So if I put one side, it's no different to having that side. You see what I mean? It's literally.
See, I've thought about going direct on the Ender 3, but like the fact that it's so slow at printing anyway, like I don't want to then find that I've got to slow it down some more.
Right, I actually find with my direct drive is slightly quicker than my Bowden ender.
Really?
Yeah, because the torque's direct,
No,
everything's
it's
direct
about the
on the direct
ghosting
drive.
though.
Sorry,
It's about ghosting,
I don't get any ghosting.
right?
Like I have zero ghosting. I even on my Bowden ender, I get minimal ghosting. But I think that's probably because I've got everything dialed so much. I've played so much with it. I don't seem to have any ghost issues at all.
Mm.
What I do find is the direct drive is a little bit more precise. Whether it's that retraction speed and everything else because
Yeah.
it's so close,
Yeah.
it's actually putting it exactly where you want it.
Yeah.
But saying that my Bowden end has been a rock, you know, I can't knock it. I do get the occasional mess
See,
up, but it's generally down
Now
to
this
myself.
is the thing. If I changed the Ender 3 to a direct drive, then I would print on the side where the extruder is at the moment, because then you're closest to your pivot point.
So, yeah.
The physics of it changes. But that actually leads me to another point. Actually, didn't you have a dual Z kit?
I do. At that point, I ordered a dual Z over a month ago.
Why?
Because I was
Because
gonna
is not
do.
an answer, and you can't get away with giving that to a kid, so you can't give that to
No.
me.
The reason why I was going to do my Ender 3 standard as a direct drive, looking at doing the max, so raising the height.
Mm.
So I wanted to do a dual Z to stop any of the wobble from the height of the gantry and everything else.
Right.
So
So
I
it
actually
wasn't for
ordered
weight
it.
across. It wasn't for weight across the gantry.
No, not really. Not weight on the gantry as such, because I was going direct drive on it. I actually got a brand new direct drive kit for it and the dual Z.
Mm.
So I thought what I'd do is I would go dual and I would see how I get on and then do the extension on height if it all works as it should. But now, as we are doing the whole Wall of Fame, it may not be up there long. I have a feeling my standard ender may be retiring sooner than I thought. Poor end, and I've spent a lot on that ender, if I'm honest. It's had a lot of money in it, but that's fine. I am prepared to make that sacrifice on the Creality. I am prepared to send it to a storage unit.
So
An
this
unnamed storage unit.
This is it, printer producers of the world, right? You have your opportunity to get under the hot end and get your name on the Wall of Fame. And at the end of the year, maybe, perhaps, maybe, if you get to the end of the year and you're at the top of the Hall of Fame, we might give you a little prize.
Oh,
You might get your Under the Hotend
oh,
guy sent to you.
oh. I might have to bring Frankenstein down. Oh, that'll be a benchmark to break. I have actually, I have got. We say that I have actually got 2 or 3. I'm in the process of getting my YouTube channel up and running soon with my 2 young boys. Yeah, I look forward to that, Carl.
Oh, nice.
Seriously,
What are you going to be talking about there, Carl?
talking about our hot M wall,
Yeah.
and yeah, you're going to be talking about the Wall of Fame with your boys. But no, seriously, I'm sure we could come up with a collaboration there or something, couldn't we? Really?
Sorry.
I'm sure we could come up with a collaboration there with Carl and his boys or something. I don't know. We could
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
definitely.
And don't forget to let the guys know over in the Digital Taxidermists group about your channel as well. We'll be happy to throw you through our channels, etc.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Cool. If if you're going down the 3D printing, printers talk tech stuff and Pokemon stuff, mate, that'll fit right in. You can come and visit us here, and we'll come up with something and make it fun. Definitely.
Yeah.
We can definitely.
My general advice would lean right into that Pokemon thing because that will help people find you.
Yeah,
Like if you're
yeah.
starting out a new channel on YouTube, the hardest part is gaining any traction. So make sure that you lean into that Pokemon because it will help your keywords.
Huge on YouTube.
Yeah, it will help your keywords and people will be able to find you a lot easier.
Mix up things like main characters as well. Drop them in there, like I don't know, Charizard or Bulbasaur or whatever. Characters know.
Bulbasaur.
Yeah, Squirtle. Everybody loves Squirtle. See that we've got our own digital taxidermy. We don't need any more Pokemon. No, but yeah, I'm sure we can definitely facilitate
I
that
printed
and
out an
work.
Eevee I printed out an Eevee for my daughter. She
I done
wanted
a
an Eevee.
Psyduck the other day, and my father-in-law has robbed it, painted on eyebrows, and stuck it in the car. So, all right, you can have it.
Yeah, we kind of get a lot of Pokemon going on at the moment.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
It's a big thing. It's still a big thing. I can't believe it. I
I
remember
can't believe how long it's cracked on for,
geez,
and it's still going as
I
strong as
was
when it
in I was
first
in
come
what
out.
was it? Upper school year. How many
9,
years are there at school? Jeez. I was in like year
12,
7.
innit?
Yeah, I was in like year 7 or 8 when that came out.
Yeah. It got massive quick, and it's never sort of slowed down. Yeah, nah, cool. I've got total respect for that, Carl. That's awesome,
Yeah,
mate.
yeah. For
Absolutely
realsies.
awesome. Like,
If you want any advice on like starting up a new channel and how to get found, obviously
you're better off asking any other YouTuber.
well, I mean, asking a YouTuber that has lots of followers would be a good one. But we're getting there. We are actually getting a lot more lately since we've
Yeah,
started
no,
focusing on the
we're doing
channel.
all right. I mean,
Since we've
to be
started
fair with you,
focusing more on the channel, we've seen a lot more growth. We've learned what we were doing wrong, and we're actually trying to use it
correct?
to make real content as well now, which is making a big difference, obviously, because using it but not making real content is always going to be a difficult one. But
Yeah.
um,
I mean, yeah.
we've
I mean,
been
me and Neil are quite lucky. I mean, we can talk. We've got no issue on talking between us. We can talk.
I
We're
believe the
quite
term
lucky
is
on the other end
FOS.
because Neil's very technical design like almost like Frankenstein's genius, where he can get into all the weird stuff and find weird things and
Be
find
careful who you tell
information
about that. I've got a
quickly.
reputation to uphold.
And on the flip side of that, I'm
Martin
very,
is connected like nobody's business.
I'm pretty connected. Well, Cole should know. He knows me in a lot of groups.
Exactly. Martin's buried in like a tick with everything. If I've got a thing that I need to know, hey, do we know a guy that knows a thing? Martin. Yeah, he knows. He already knows. He's been on it for weeks.
And second, on the other side of my scale is I'm pretty hands-on in what we do. So I've a large background in miniature gaming and a lot of painting history. So for us, it works really well.
Martin knows a lot more about the realities of current printers. Like, I know about 3D printing and how it all works and technical stuff, but Martin knows about 3D printers and
what's
the
out,
materials.
what's coming out, what's been out, and what's in the processor coming out.
Yes, and materials and testing. Like, that's I just haven't used enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think on that side of things, Neil's been doing a lot more for what works for them guys. So a lot more on PLA and those sort of things, isn't it? Really?
I believe the term you're looking for is theoretical physics.
I just didn't want to get too technical, and you had to go and do it, didn't you? You know what I mean?
And the other term is FOS.
There we go.
Yes.
See, Neil's the brains to my stupidity. See, this is why we work. That's it. I'm contacting the others. I know.
Channel motto will be "Don't 3D print without kids." Okay.
Like it.
Bold.
Like it.
Bold.
Bold.
Bold. I mean, they were saying on the news today that child labour has gone up a lot, and I thought, that makes sense, because how else are children supposed to be able to buy beer and fags?
And new mobile phones.
Exactly. if they can't go to work, so yeah, exploit that child labour, Carl.
Yeah, get on there. If you can make it work, I'm all for it.
Yeah, get to that million subscribers off the back of your children. Like, that is the way to do it.
I'll tell you what, send them over here as well. We don't mind. We're not fussy.
The next step is my daughter wants me to start showing some of her Minecraft stuff on the channel.
Yeah, okay, no, I can deal with that.
Yeah, she was.
I don't mind Minecraft. I like the little sheep.
She's like, if I can do Minecraft stuff, Daddy, can you put it on the YouTube?
Yeah, but what we can do, Neil, is you can design it off of her characters and I'll print them.
Well, I keep trying to get her to start doing designs in Tinkercad.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we can get like random axes and stuff.
she's good at starting them, but we never get to the end. We never get to the point where they're ready to print, which is unfortunate. But we'll get there. We'll get there.
We'll get there. See, Carl's boy's in on it. See, he's up there for thinking. He's onto Minecraft as well. Look.
Oh, nice.
So your daughter's already got an audience from Carl's boy.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to get chatting, Carl. Like Martin obviously knows you, so we'll have to have a chat. Maybe hook the two of them up to play some Minecraft together. Yeah.
Yeah. Carl's quite active on my Under the Hotend group on Facebook. He's been very active for a long time in the print community, to be honest. He's always floating about somewhere behind me.
Yeah, nice.
He's always somewhere in the mixed, which is quite good. So yeah, no, it should work quite well. I mean, if you start up your channel, and obviously we'll see if we can bounce some stuff off each other and work out some days and stuff where we can, I don't know, collaborate.
Yeah. Yeah,
sure.
let's have a chat. See where we go. It'll be good.
Yeah.
Yay, friends! I
Yay!
like friends. Friends are good.
Just don't go
Yay.
down the Neil well. If Neil invites you in that well, mate, walk away. It's a weird place. It is
Yeah.
weird.
Don't go walking in my garden.
There ain't many Minecraft things that live down there, I tell you. It gets strange quick.
Yeah, it gets weird. But you know, the more sanitized versions end up on the website, so you're all cool. It's
Yeah.
not that bad.
Oh, the normal stuff always ends up there. It's the stuff we reject.
Yeah. It has quality concerns.
Well, it's got concerns. It's not about quality
The
concerns.
concerns tend to be more like you need therapy.
Yeah.
But you know.
Yeah. Are you going to ring or am I? That's a general one.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Yeah.
But
Have
you
you seen
guys,
actually like to change the subject kind of on a U-turn here. Right.
oh, whiplash.
Yeah. Have you seen Stargrave?
Yeah, I have. I've been sort of scooting over it. I haven't had much time, as I was saying, to actually dive too deep.
Yeah,
But
because
it's
you've been
actually
mega busy.
looking quite interesting.
Yeah. Well, I've got the rule book, so I was having a bit of a read through. Obviously we're looking at producing some stuff for it because it's kind of agnostic to suppliers. So
Yeah.
it's something that we're going to be focusing on producing some stuff for over the next few months. But I wonder if your friend at Listgard Games, name drop, Listgard Games, get down to Listgard Games and play games. If you turn up and nobody's there, they can break out the blackjack.
Worst case scenario, there's
Exactly.
a game console just for you.
Exactly. So yeah, Listgard Games, but maybe maybe that'd be a good place to send some stuff across and check things out and stuff.
I think at the minute Neil 80 is
I was
very
going to
much
say
on.
not another Neil.
Yeah, no, 80 is very much on the fantasy board side at the moment.
Like Frostgrave.
Yeah, like yeah. But there is certainly people I have in my area that will definitely love to sort of
Hmm.
have a look into
My
that.
biggest problem is I really don't get any time to game anymore.
I very rarely get game time now, and it makes me want to cry.
I mean,
I'm not gonna
obviously because of the last year, it all shut down and nothing has really started back up for me now.
Been a lot on the pandemic. Obviously, played a big role. But then my work has taken different directions, and then obviously I'm stepping up more on the printer side. It kind of dwindles away your paint time, stroke game time, pretty quick.
Yeah.
But
I mean, like, if the opportunity came around, I'm sure I could make some time. But because my whole cycle of going to our local shop, which is Alpha Games, got broken. Name drop, Alpha Games, get down there instantly, all your gaming needs, pow.
You need games, go to Alpha Games.
Yeah. Like, because that cycle got totally broken, and it's just never come back yet. So
I mean, my area, I'm kind of fortunate, if you like. There's actually 4 towns, they're all connected, if you like.
right.
You've got Brixham, Paynton, Torquay, Newton Abbot, all more or less joined together.
Yeah.
So there's a game shop in Newton. Torquay, there is Guild of Gamers, which is an awesome shop and have a game night every week.
Nice.
You've got Acorn Youth Centre, which my cousin actually runs, and he actually runs a full pledge games night, and you can book a table, and you and however many of your mates can battle it out and just go to town. Then you move to Paint, and there's a games club, a little one that's I haven't seen a lot from them recently.
Yeah.
But there's one about in Painton. And Brixham, they even do. There's a weird one in Brixham that generally goes to a lot of the games clubs in the area.
Mm.
But then they do the whole dress up thing and go run around a battlefield and slap
Oh,
each other with
laughing.
rubber mallets.
Laughing.
So that's quite cool.
Yeah. Nice.
That's quite cool. So, yeah, in my real close vicinity, I've got at least 4 games clubs. And then obviously Adie's in Liscard. Well,
How
you've
far
got
away
Plymouth
is that?
Games.
How far away
Sorry?
is this card from you?
Liscard for me, when I went last time, I actually picked somebody up in Plymouth. But it's about
Well, where's
45,
Plymouth?
50-minute drive.
Where's Plymouth? Come on, you keep
Plymouth.
throwing names, and it's like.
Right. I'm in Torbay, which is like, well, it's the English Riviera Centre. Your next city to me is Plymouth.
Right.
And then you hit Liscard straight after Plymouth.
Right.
So it's about an hour's drive
Right. Okay.
to get to Liscard. So it's not mega distant.
Yeah. Which on your roads is like about 10 miles away.
Yeah, pretty much. And especially if you've got like a decent car. And then it's like 10 minutes away. You know.
Nice.
Where's the nicest place in the UK, Carl? If you say Liscard, I will slap you. It's definitely Devon.
No. Well, Carl was just saying about computer gaming there, FIFA 21 and Halo on Friday nights. I mean, computer gaming as well is something I haven't had a huge. I did take a bit of a space holiday last Christmas, and I started playing. I started playing Star Citizen. Which I ended up getting very deep into indeed. Started playing a lot of Star Citizen, and that's a real time killer, that is. Also, it's a computer killer. Like, that thing requires some serious power. But we've just been playing some of my friends. We've just been playing Factorio. Which is a great little game. Like, the premise is this, right? You crash on a planet, and you have nothing, right? And you've got to get coal and iron and copper, and you research technology and you make factories to automate everything, and then you build a spaceship. Sounds easy. Really easy.
No, you basically start off and you've got to farm for survival.
Yeah, effectively. And it's a constant race to maintain a flow of materials through this factory that you build. And it starts off with a couple of little machines, and by the end of it, it takes up the size of a continent.
So it's like a bit like Command and Conquer style.
I mean, it's a real-time strategy. Yes.
Yeah.
And kind of. But you have base materials, and then you have all your different things in the factory which convert one thing to another, or take in multiple things and convert it to something else. Right? And it's an exercise in optimization, which is why I like it, because it's all about trying to make things work at peak efficiency.
Right.
Yeah. It's
you can combine stuff to get better produce out of.
It's all about flow of materials.
Yeah.
So
I'm with
if you up the production of one thing, something else runs out of something. So you got to keep everything fine tuned.
You've got to try and find the harmony spot, a sweet spot, if you like, and run it consistent.
Yeah. And there's never enough.
No, there's never enough.
There is never enough. There is never enough. Never enough stuff.
It's like our wall. There's not enough.
Well, at the moment, there isn't any.
Well, there is this.
There is next week. Tune
Well,
in
I
next. Tune in next week for the next
what I've got,
exciting installment of Under the Hotend. Will this person make it onto the board?
I've actually got a few printers that most people haven't ever seen, so I could actually pull them out of retirement for a day or so, and we can add them to the board. And Neil's got a few that I haven't got,
Yeah, I
so
mean,
we can add.
yeah, but neither of these I would class as reviewable because neither of them are stock.
Well,
And
yeah, there is that. I
that's the
suppose,
big
yeah.
problem. Is like first of all, the 5+ I wouldn't even put on the board. I would just put it in the bin. Unfortunately for Creality, it's a real shame, but you sent me a dud and didn't help me fix it, so I can't recommend it.
And unfortunately, at the time, I
But the
didn't really know Neil.
Ender 3, we all know is standard, and my one is still going, and it's 2 years old, and it
Mr.
never
Amos.
misses a beat. Although the main board died, and I had to replace it with an SKR Mini. But the 5+, there's nothing about that I would make me want to buy another one.
I think, well, luckily, everybody knows the Ender 3 is a baseline.
Yeah.
Because realistically, we can't class mine as a baseline. Mine are far, far, far from Ender.
Well, the one of mine that Theo has still got is a 3 Pro, and it's still pretty much stock, apart from the ducted fan, the belt tensioners, and a glass bed, which I don't really class as upgrades.
An Ender 3 Pro, actually, you can get them now with glass breads.
Matamos
Mr. Amos.
95.
Matthew actually took a spell away from 3D printing. He was into 3D printing when he had a ANET A8. Ooh, shoddy machine.
Wow.
Gotta love them, but no.
Are these the ones with the flat plastic front that bends?
Yeah, you had basically, they were plastic uprights, plastic front and back, and a plastic gantry on top with the screen, and your main board was mounted on the side, and
They
your
were
power pack
proper
on the
rep
other
wraps,
side.
weren't they?
And if you done the belts too tight, they done that,
Yeah.
and the bed wouldn't go forward.
They were proper rep wraps then.
Yeah. So basically, Matt had one of them, and he had it pretty damn good at one point. His was producing some good prints, some respectable prints, mate. He came out of the printing world just as I got involved, and I got a clone of the ANET, and it was made of wood, and it was proper crap. Yeah. And then Matt got in contact the other week. We've known each other for a few years, me and Matt, and he said, "Look what I've brought. I brought a printer. How do I set it up?" And I was like, "Hang on, you know more than me. You used to be the man." And it's ended up I've helped Matt, and he's actually gone and brought a Anycubic Chiron.
Oh.
It's nice. I like it. I'm actually impressed.
What is it? An Anycubic what?
Chiron.
A Chiron.
Chiron.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm gonna bring that up.
Yeah, basically, Matt, that bloody rep of that A8 was made of cardboard. In fact, it probably bent more than cardboard. It was shocking. I've still got it. I have still got it. I might have to pull that out to put it on the wall of shame.
Jeez, that's a hell of a size for that price.
It's big. It's big. It's actually, it's quite well loaded as well. It's got auto leveling on there. When they say auto, it's actually a mesh bed leveling.
Oh, don't tell me
Which
it's
is
got a bloody BL touch on it.
is it a BL touch, Matt? Has it got a little probe that goes down and touches the bed and goes back up and then goes down and then back up and then down and up and down and doesn't do a lot? Basically, you've got on the screen, you've got a grid layout, a high, heavy grid layout, and you can alter each grid independently.
Oh, it's got a Z limit switch, so that's fine. No, that's fine. As long as it's got a Z limit switch, and I'm happy with that. Like, because that was the one thing that really did well. I say the one thing. It was a thing that really did my head in about the
Homing.
5 Plus was you had the BL touch, but you didn't have the option to not use it.
Yeah, so it didn't have it had full sensorless homing and not the option to manual.
Yeah, and it didn't
Which
work.
is crap.
It didn't work.
Yeah, it's horrible. See that we almost made that mistake with the Frankenstein build. We went full homeless, sensorless homing. We put a BL touch on, and I was like, "No, mate, we've got to put a manual switch in there." Because
And I mean, you know what I went through to get rid of that BL touch on the 5 Plus, and since I got rid of it, I can start a print every time, and it's flat and level.
Yeah.
I mean, I still have issues with that thing, dialing it in. To be fair, some of it, I'm kind of wondering whether it's the filament at this point. And so
I think from what you have said, what I'm going to do at some point, I'm going
to
to
send you a reel of that
filament.
filament. I'm going to send you a reel of that filament and see.
Yeah, I'm going to send you a reel of what I class as my baseline filament.
Yeah.
I will send you a roll of that, and you can see what I deal with compared to what you deal with, and I guarantee you'll want to get what I'm dealing with.
Yeah, not if it's like £5 a roll more. Well, it'll be more than that, won't it? It'll be like.
Well, no. If we say the G-Tech, we were saying the G-Tech white is our standard, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's about £4 more, £3 more, maybe.
Yeah. So what's that? What's that on the roll? How much
So I'm about £17, I think, a roll.
Too bad. I mean, I still go through 20 kilos a month though, so that's still another £80 a month.
How many fails you get?
I don't get a lot of fails.
You know?
Like, I mean, the prints are reliable. But effectively, I don't use the 5 Plus for customer prints.
Yeah.
Like, I use it for test prints. Like I can, if it hasn't ironed properly, it's not the end of the world. It's more about seeing whether the print is printable.
Yeah.
Like if I've got a customer print, I'll do it on the Ender 3, and then occasionally, if I've got to do large size stuff on the 5 Plus, either I'll turn the ironing off, or in actual fact, what I'll do is I'll go to I'll put filler and finish it, you know, before sending it out to the customer. If it has any issues, it's only on that final bit. So it's either turn the ironing off, which it then I mean, all in all, I'm really hoping that this EO 3D stuff is better, because £11 a roll.
I kind of want to I want to see it, to be honest.
The thing is, like I say, prior to the unknown virus of unspecified origin, I was paying £6 a roll for filament, and
I know.
And it didn't matter what I got. I could run it through the printer, change a couple of settings, and it was absolutely banging. And now the only things that I can find for the filament I'm using at the moment was the only thing I could find for under £15.
Yeah, it's nuts.
And
Yeah, it's gone
like
nuts.
if you're doing if you're trying to sell printed items, like the
It,
the cost of material then
it's
puts a
crazy.
3D printed model at more than an injection molded part.
Welcome everybody. We've got 5 people now. Hello. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think the most expensive roll I've got is probably about a 44 quid roll. I think it
Jeez.
is. I think it was 44 quid. I've printed something with it, and let's put it this way, it's no better than some of the 20 quid rolls I've got. So it's basically on feeding off of people that have got too much cash, basically.
Yeah, and that's exactly it, and that's why I refuse to pay more than £15 a roll. To be fair, I'm really infuriated that I have to pay more than 12.
Oh, he is. Anybody out there, he is infuriated over
Yeah,
more
I
than
mean
12
it
euro.
drives me insane.
We
Like,
we were actually talking to a producer. Neil's like, no, it's too much. No, it's too much. No, it's too much. And they were like down on their knees, like, look, I
yeah,
can't do it.
I mean, literally, like, I mean, okay, little bit of background info. We've been looking at potentially retailing filament at Digital Taxidermy. And Martin has been sending me through some price lists from people. Hey, we've got a contact interested in working with you, and I look at the price lists, and it's coming through at $10 a reel from them, and then you add half again for shipping. So
Yeah.
you're looking at then paying $15 a reel just to then retail it, which means that you're like, I mean, I have to sell it at more than I would want to pay for it in order to make it a viable opportunity anyway. And it's like, this is wrong. What's going on here? I mean,
I mean,
what
we
happened? What were they selling it at when you could buy it for under £10? You know, I mean, £7 a kilo was not at all unheard of,
no.
and why
I mean,
is it
I think the
why
problem
is
is
it
now
now
that
3 times more expensive?
I think the problem is one company sort of hyped it at some point in the pandemic. Well, the pandemic did screw it, to be honest. Let's be honest, because PLA ran out pretty dry in the UK.
Uh-huh. And I blame the people printing the damn safety gear.
No, yeah, we won't go into the whole.
Hi, I've bought a printer so that I can print out safety gear. By the way, I'm printing out 14 million of these.
I think we've got to stay clear of that conversation because it enrages me. And the cat's lurking, and it probably won't be for long. So,
And it make people really angry because they're like, oh well, we didn't have enough safety gear made for our nurses and stuff, and it's like, right, but there wasn't a need for everybody to go and buy a printer and start printing 78 million kilos worth of bloody
especially when
ear protectors.
the UK weren't actually using a very large amount of printed PPE. We were actually, at one point, we were getting told we would be fined if we were carrying on printing it.
Yeah, exactly,
So
because it
instead
was
of
an
everybody
unorganized. It was an unorganized, safety tested, and those things need to be safety tested to be used in a medical environment. And
I think
all
what
of
made
that.
it worse was the UK were going, all right, then we'll carry on printing it, but we'll send it abroad. Well,
Then what's the point of doing it?
why?
Yeah.
What? Yeah, just why?
Yeah.
We're just using
Basically,
up all the resources we've got for nothing. It's mad.
and then when it went abroad, they probably just chucked it in the bin anyway.
They were like, yeah, we ain't using that. We've got our own people doing it.
Yeah. And that dried up all our supplies for effectively nothing.
Yeah, so
And then
basically, that then drove the price up by a handful of manufacturers to the level we're at now.
300%.
Yeah, which then other people are thinking, I can get on that, I can produce that, let's do it. So now you've got 10 times more manufacturers doing it, and the cost has stayed at 100% more.
Because so many people came into the 3D printing market during the pandemic, like they seem to think that this is normal.
Yeah,
that you
yeah,
should
this
be
is this
paying
has
20 to
problem.
£25 a roll. And I'm
Yeah,
sorry, that does not fly. The point of 3D printing was that it was economical micro manufacture that had cheaper materials that had less wastage than whole scale manufacturer. And now, like, two of those factors are not applicable. Makes
exactly.
me
The problem is now is it has become the new norm. So how that circuit gets broken, eh,
it
there
makes
are a
me
few which
mad.
I am sort of like talking with currently that are bringing relatively good prices back.
Mhm.
They are sort of trying to creep them back.
The manufacturer that can put a good product back to a sub £10 value price will make a killing. They won't
Oh,
be able to print it. They won't be able to make the material fast enough.
I think this is the problem, and they know it because although there's some that are bringing those prices down now, they do realise if we dropped it that much, we will not keep up. So what they're trying to do slowly is some of them are actually crawling it backwards. You know what I mean? Instead of dropping from 20 quid straight down to 10, you're starting to see some now that are out there at £15 a kilo.
Yeah, well, I mean, if this EO3D stuff works out and it's good, I mean, I bought 10 reels of that for £11 a kilo, free delivery.
Can't go wrong, can you?
And at that point, I'm back at a level that I'm comfortable.
This is it. I mean, I've been in talks, as you know, this week I've been in talks with a couple of printing filament manufacturers from outside who don't actually currently supply the UK as such, and I've paid the postage on around, I think it worked out 500 grams,
Mm-hmm.
maybe more, but different filaments, different types, fair size samples, in the pretense of possibly moving forward with them in the future.
Mm.
So there could be something new there coming to our shores, I'm hoping.
I'm very interested.
Yeah,
As a
we've got a couple.
representative of digital taxidermy, I would like to say that digital taxidermy is very interested in this project.
Yeah, I've got two projects going on there. Yeah, it could be one to watch this space. I think
Yeah,
I don't want to give too much away.
to any filament manufacturer that may be watching this, I would quite like to say that a return to sensible pricing on your materials will do the industry the world of good, because the last year has been absolutely freaking crazy.
Oh, it's been painful.
Like,
I mean, people like Matt and Carl, they love it. They don't mind. They'll carry on. They can stay on normal prices.
yeah, I mean, we've carried on. But like literally, it took me forever to find a supplier that could supply regular material. So this is the other reason why I'm using these ones, is because it was regular material. Because things like the Sunlu and the other things, they're always sold out.
And they're gone.
Yeah.
They're gone.
Even at 20 to £25 a roll, they're always sold out. You know. And it's like, for example, if you take a look on our website, you'll see the bunkers that I do. Right now,
yeah.
a 28 mil scale bunker can take 500 to 600 grams of material, right? And like it also ends up taking about 24 to 30 hours to print. And all of a sudden, if you've had to go from spending £7 a kilo, where effectively your price is mainly based on the time on the machine, to suddenly having to pay £25 a kilo, like your price is all immaterial, and you've had to eat that up.
It's insane, isn't it? it's mad, mind blowing. How they think, yeah, it's not a problem. Like Joe Public can soak that up. It doesn't work like that.
No, well, Joe Public may, but
Well,
businesses,
yeah, okay. Let's put it this way: the standard
businesses,
Joe Public will swallow the price, but when you're actually running a livelihood off of using these machines, which a lot of them are initially intended for, you're killing that livelihood for a lot of people.
well, not only that, but you're also turning around and taking a market that is already overpriced, such as
Yeah,
gaming.
exactly that.
And then you're
You just turn it
perpetuating
into a
that.
free for all, and it's not great.
It
It
really
ain't
isn't.
great.
Like it's been really tough. And this and that's the crazy thing, you know. It was mad. It
Yeah,
was
I know. I
literally.
mean,
It was
prices.
literally.
You probably noticed. You've been around as much as I have, so you probably noticed it sort of goes up, then it sort of plateaus and comes down a little tiny bit, but then goes up again and plateaus and comes down and goes up again.
Because
And
I
in the end,
don't.
all we're doing is just going up.
Because I don't look at any of it because it's all too expensive. I literally, like, I bought like 10 reels, right, at £6 a kilo, and then the next time I went to look to go and buy some, I couldn't find anything that was under 25 quid, and I was like, oh shit, what are we gonna do? And then I was buying whatever I possibly could to be able to stay in the game until I found these guys that were selling, because I went through a whole load of real dodgy stuff, like stuff that wouldn't stick to the build plate, stuff that barely held together, stuff that was like whatever, because I was not paying £25 a kilo. Like, especially,
I mean, at one point,
especially when you've got to order 10 to 20 kilos at a time, it was ridiculous. And then I eventually found this guy that was selling it for £14 a kilo off of the 3D Print UK group. And I got in touch with him and was like, is this regular? Can you get this all the time? I'll take 20 rolls. You know, and I got 20 rolls and I played with it and I was like, you know, I mean, I can make this work. I like the material, but it's a pain in the butt to print with.
Yeah.
And then I've never looked at any of the market, because anytime I look, the price is like, no, don't care.
Gravy. Yeah.
Don't care. I'm not going to buy it.
I'm quite lucky. I've tried quite a lot, and obviously, like we've had dealings with in the past. I worked with Spring at G-Tech, and prior to Spring there, I worked with Sam and also Tina when they were at G-Tech. And I actually got on quite well with G-Tech Filament back then, and I used to do a lot of trialing and testing for them, and I ended up getting a lot of G-Tech Filament, which paid really well for me. It worked out really well. When a lot of my contacts there at G-Tech left, I had a bit of I don't know, I sort of expanded myself away from just G-Tech, if you like. I moved into multiple other companies, Creality, and if to name one. And it opened a few more different doors for me, if you like. So I'd become quite lucky in the fact that I started getting or receiving different filaments from different producers to trial, which worked lovely. Would I go back to G-Tech now? As I said to you earlier, it's my baseline.
Yep.
The white is my baseline. If I have a shit ton of printing to do, I will buy G-Tech filament because I know how it plays. It works. I don't particularly rate the black that much. It's all right. I don't like black filament anyway.
I mean, the thing is, because of what we do, our standard usage is grey because that's what people expect.
Yeah.
Which the other problem is that then is automatically the most popular colour. and
Yeah.
therefore it tends to be the most expensive.
Always.
Where
Always.
the most expensive. So yeah, I mean, like I say, is if it ain't under £15, I don't give a rat's butthole.
No.
That's simply the way I look at it, because I think it's daylight robbery.
Matt, it was 0, not kilo, mate. You're thinking of the stuff you keep weighing up every weekend. 0 was the producer you used to use, and you used to use a lot of the marble.
Yeah, zero is the money he weighs up every weekend.
Yeah, 0's how much he's got left after he's brought the filament from the company. He's skint again. Yeah, no, 0, mate, and I've actually still got some of that 0 marble. He's actually really cracking filament. Really cracking filament. It's quite a good one, marble, for anybody who's pretty new to printing, because it hides the majority of sins. Marble, if you get an indent with marble filament, you cannot notice, and unless you inspect it so close up, you won't notice. So for anybody who's got something special they want to print or isn't too sure about a print, it's a pretty good one to pick up.
So we do a lot of our test prints in coloured filament, and we've started doing that because we use grey for customer prints, so it means we don't eat into that supply. Although we pay exactly the same for coloured filament as we do for the grey filament. But also it means that it looks slightly more exciting when you take pictures of it.
See, my general rule for promoting, if you like, if it's generally digital taxidermy stuff, I will use more than likely a white, because I'll post a picture of it in white when it comes off the bed. Then I get straight on to painting it up. So I will paint it up and I will put it out there everywhere I can think of.
And you are good at painting.
I'm all right. I get by. If it's a different producer, I generally find an exotic. So I will go and get a matte rainbow or a bright turquoise or a silk, and I will print it in that to influence, because I don't generally paint most of the other designers I do for. I generally just print it and show it off. If it's a digital taxidermy, I generally go out and paint it as well, because I either influence and donate it, or I think, shit, I'll use that on my battlefield.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Well, you've been helping to support Liscard Games. Name drop.
Name drop. People that are down in Cornwall go to Liscard Games Nation.
Yeah, you've been helping to support Liscard Games get his tables up and running.
I did. I sat there for many of hours. Matt came down. We used to be in the same car club years ago, and he came down and helped me build a FTO rare sort of Japanese import. And we spent a weekend painting and building models instead. because
Why not?
We ended up sitting there building the Memphis Belle in 1/72, and it was huge. It was
Memphis Belle is amazing. The B-17, the B-17 and the Spitfire are my two favourite World War II aircraft. Mosquito comes in a close second.
Bristol Blenheim. I always like the Bristol Blenheim.
Blenheim's nice.
I like it. There's something about the rear wings.
Right, yeah, I got you.
A little rounded and curved up. Yeah, it's a nice plane.
I've always liked the rugged nature of the B-17.
The
And
B-17
the
Flying
Memphis Belle
Fortress
is
is
an
just
amazing
like,
film.
it is a flying freaking fortress.
Yeah. And the
Every home
Memphis
should
Belle
have
is
one.
an amazing film as well.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, truly heartbreaking film. Like,
Yes, you do eat too much cheesecake.
little tear. Cry.
I've got holes in the plane.
It's a really good film. Like one of my favourites when I was growing up. I watched a lot of war films. So anyway, it's looking like there's several people in the chat there. There's oh, we just lost one. Oh, sad face. So there's Matt and Carl. But who else is there? Make yourself
Who else
known.
we
Say
got
hi.
here? Let's-
Hi.
Hey, for all you guys that have missed anything, we are going to do a Wall of Fame. Stroke shame.
Yeah. For so you're going to have a sliding scale of the top filaments, and you're going to have, is this printer better than an Ender 3 or not?
So what we're going to do is we are making the baseline an Ender 3 because that is probably just about the most known printer out there at this moment in time.
Good for Creality.
Good for Creality. Pretty pants for everybody else out there. This is your chance. Get it up the scale. So yeah, we're going to create, is it better than an Ender 3? And every printer that I test, if it's better, it goes above. If it's worse, it goes below.
Yep. We're going to need to get a catchphrase. We're going to need a catchphrase.
Our year, we're going to basically do some form of giveaway about this top printer that we're not going to go too much into.
I guess the thing is, can we end the Ender?
Can we end the Ender?
Yeah.
And can your printer get under the hot end?
Yeah, exactly.
That is the question.
Yeah.
And then we're going to do basically my point of view on what is the best filament.
Yeah. I think
when it gets to the bottom, we're going to have a trash can down there somewhere, and it may fall in there if it's pants.
Yep. And Martin is definitely the most qualified person that I know to be able to compare these filaments. So,
thank you. I think.
Yeah. To go back to supporting game shops.
Yeah.
At the moment, we've been. So these are the test prints from the Fabricatum.
Boy.
And.
No, Matt.
And a whole.
I don't want to say it.
A whole bunch of stuff here.
Yeah, boy, I can see. Is some of that True L in there? Is some of that True L?
Yeah. Some of that. So I've printed off most of the True Common set. And then there's a bunch of other stuff as well. That we are preparing to. We've already sent a whole load of sci-fi stuff for his table, and this is for his fantasy offerings.
Who's it?
So this is for Aardvarks and Dragons. Name drop. Aardvarks and Dragons down in Woodbridge.
Okay,
And he's a friend of mine that I used to play Blood Bowl with. And that's going to be opening at the end of June, I think.
Nice.
So we've been printing off a whole bunch of scenery for him. He'll probably also get that stuff behind me there, including the Nightmare Fuel Boil Egg and the Walker Graveyard.
I think somebody's got to put a whistle in that, a proper working whistle.
Sorry?
In the top, I think somebody has to fit a proper working whistle in that.
It could be done. I mean, to be fair, like, if I really thought about it, I could probably design it so it worked.
I think you're going to have to, so we can just stand there on the table when you're not gaming and just blow down it just for sheer giggles.
It'll be like a rave. No. Get your glow sticks out around the gaming table.
I'm going to have to hold out on whether the Chiron is the best, Matt. If any Cubic want to hook me up with one to test, I will happily do so and put it on the wall of fame.
Yeah, can you any cubic, anything you want to put up against the ender?
Anybody,
engraving
any of you, Minga, you could Tron who will go.
We'll have to work it. We'll have to work out a proper scoring system. Like obviously the Hornet is going to be the first one on there. Now it'll be interesting how we deal with the fact that the original one was DOA.
Yeah, I think the way we've got to look at it, we can't actually include dead before print. I think it's got to be done from print, really, hasn't it?
It does. Obviously,
Dead
if in
before
the
print,
future we get sent one, it's dead on arrival and the customer service doesn't actually help resolve in any kind of meaningful way, then that is a
Yeah.
detrimental impact. However, from as you've already stated at the start, they have bent over backwards to help you, and not just because they know who
haven't-
you are.
What I
It goes a
like about
long
it, and I
way
will-
to say,
I will stay the same across all producers. If I just get shrugged off on a dead on arrival, I don't want to know. I'm kind of
yeah, you're done.
at that point.
You're done. I'm not interested.
I'm pretty much never going to promote your product.
This is the unfortunate thing about Creality is like, and this is where I get an internal conflict. Is because I will always recommend an Ender 3 to somebody who's new to printing because it's easy. There's a big support base and it's reliable. There's so much information out there and it's hard to go wrong. However, I will never ever endorse people buying direct from Creality. I will always say buy from Amazon who have a good returns policy because of my customer service experience on the Ender 5 Plus. And that is straight flat out. I will never recommend Creality as a company to deal with.
Yeah, see,
But that's my personal experience.
It's very difficult for me to go the other way because obviously I work behind the scenes with a lot of Creality's members, and I actually mod on a couple Creality groups, so I'm dealing with quite a few of the customers, and they are generally quite happy.
For all those there out in TV land who wonder about me, I believe in nothing but simple, honest feedback. But the main part that I find as a creator and a developer of systems and processes, honest feedback is the hardest thing to get. I call them how I see them, and that's it. I don't care whose toes I tread on. It's like, if that's the truth, you get the truth.
I mean, a lot of the times, if I'm testing something, it's no good me turning around saying, "Yeah, it's great," because if it isn't great, somebody else is going to get it and just be like, "That bloke's dick."
Yeah, exactly.
At the end of the day, no producer out there should want to work with me if I'm saying something's great. They sell it and they're getting complaints.
Yeah, no, and you put your name to that. That's ridiculous.
I turned around and said, "Yeah, that's great bit of kit," or that filament's fantastic, best stuff I've ever used.
I mean, we've all done it. Is recommended something, and then somebody's got it, and then been like, "I've had nothing but problems. I wish I'd never bothered." And you're like, "I'm really sorry."
That's why whenever I've tested for Neil, if I've come up with a fault with one of Neil's designs, I'll always print it again to make sure it wasn't my fault. And then I'll be like, "Neil, problem with this, Matt. Can you have a look at it?" Neil, yeah, all right, and let's look at it. Generally, within an hour, we're back printing again.
Yeah,
and we've solved it.
Yeah. Because the reason I get you to test it is because like I'm not confident that I haven't found everything that's wrong with it.
Exactly.
And that's simply it.
And
that's the reason you do these tests.
And we a few times we have stumbled. We have looked at a few bits and we're like, yeah, it's just not right.
Yeah.
There's
I
been a
mean,
couple.
internally, we do it all the time. It's like Theo or Lucas do a model, they send it to me, and then I check it out, and then I throw it back at them and say completely redo
Yeah.
it. And
Which is they love you for.
of course, absolutely.
But it's
And then I do models and I test print them, and then I send them to Martin, and then say, look, can you check this for me? Because I don't know, like, you need other eyes. You know, you
Yeah.
can't rely on yourself.
but a lot of times we've said it a few times. I print different to how you print. In a lot of different ways. I can generally look at something and go, shit, that ain't gonna work.
Mhm.
That needs a support there or that there. And on the flip of that, Neil knows how he can get the best angle out of something
Well,
from a
yeah,
design
it's all
without the
about
support.
theory. So I'm putting theoretical numbers into practice. So I'm like, this
Yeah.
should work out.
It should just about meet
Yeah.
up over there somewhere. And
Thi-
9
thi-
times
This
out of 10 it
is
does.
this is the very limits of what I think you can get out of the machine. Go.
Well, it's like that roof, wasn't it, on the Factorium? The bridge on it's huge. It's
Mhm.
printing in midair. It's
Worked,
just like
though.
a whole expand. But
Didn't
it
even
worked.
work, though.
It did. Huh?
Worked, though.
Oh, it did work.
Did
It
work.
come out very
Did
nice.
The interesting thing that I like playing with is these, which is meshes. So these
Yeah.
meshes are things that this one's also got the Digital Taxidermy logo in it.
Mesh fence.
So
That one
you
did
can
have,
see,
but
yeah.
Neil threw it away.
But playing with meshes to create solid things, and that is literally at the limits of what you can print and bridge and stuff.
Do you want it?
With
Did
this
you want
is
to?
this is an experimental thing I've been playing with, but again, you've got the
Yeah,
mesh
cool.
roof on there, and that's all glueless. That's all glueless, and
No, that's cool.
just pulls apart somehow.
I mean,
There you
Matt from the chat actually, he isn't bad at design.
go. Nice.
He's actually quite good. I know he's designed a few Star Wars guns and bits and bobs. So
Well-
he'll appreciate this side of it, because obviously learning how other people use tolerances is always a bonus.
So I use CAD programs, so it's all about the numbers for me. There's the when I do the VR sculpting, back together. When I do the VR sculpting, that gets a bit more esoteric. But the CAD stuff I do, like these and a lot of the things like the quad Polston and several of the things you'll find on the website are designed in CAD, so I can control that to, you know, point whatever of a millimeter. So you can really get the angles and the numbers down to exactly what it is that you want, which is great, because then you can turn around and say, right, this is the theoretical limits of what I can do with this machine, and then put it into practice. When you start going into things like Blender and ZBrush, you do have dimensions, but they're not. They don't form. Well, they don't form a core part of what you do.
I mean, funnily enough, I've been playing on Blender for the last couple of nights on a bit of software that's been developed and is on Kickstarter at the moment. And I noticed
do you want
so,
to
like
tell the boys and girls out there in TV land about that? I've just got to go for a quick comfort break.
We'll do a relay. I'll go after.
Okay.
Basically, I've been working with models by Tony for a few weeks, who designs STLs and also some software. And what he's been working on is a bit of software that attaches itself inside Blender, if you like, and create miniature war bases. You can make your own war bases or terrain from presets inside his software. And so far, I've only briefly got it down yesterday and got a quick play on it, to be honest, at silly o'clock last night. So I basically had a look over the bases portion of the software, and so far it is really easy to use on there. Really easy. You pick what shape, what size, what sort of theme you want to it. So, say a desert or a factory theme, or a town, fantasy town theme, and it puts the initial texture onto the miniature base for you. And then you have an option to choose what and how many assets you want to add to that base. And whether you want rubble on there or random debris on there, if you like. And you can alter the angles and the shape of the base and export it ready for your slicer. So yeah, so far I'm actually quite impressed with it. It's in very early stages. I mean, it only went live last week, and it funded within the first hour it was funded. So yeah, I'm actually impressed.
I did see that he's now included features to do entire rooms and buildings, which will put us out of business.
Well, it's the second part of what I was coming to. Actually, he's added basically a terrain set, if you like, which is very much like Open Lock, but they're preset fashionable.
Right. Okay.
So basically, if you wanted cobble floors, you set cobble floors, and it does all of them in cobble floors. Then you can do brick walls, and you can choose where things like windows and things go. Now, on your scope, the sci-fi scope, it's not really on that side of it. I think it's more directed at the fantasy D&D realms. But it's interesting. I haven't actually stumbled onto the train builder side yet. Last night I only received it late last night, and in the early hours I played with the bases, making miniature bases.
Does he need anybody to help create assets?
I think I may well just be able to get you two joined up quite well. I've already sown the seed, if you like, and he is very interested in what you do.
I'm very interested in what he does.
I've said the same, and I think
I'm kicking myself that we didn't get there first.
Yeah, it's kind of one of them.
We don't really have a programmer on board. That's the problem.
But this is something I've actually been discussing with Tony, and it may be something we can line up in the future after his Kickstarter's finished.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
He wants to, well, obviously we had a chat, and I said, because he's been so intense on this Kickstarter, because he's a one man and it's a bit of a labour of love for him, I've ended up giving him a lot of ideas and info, and it sort of helped him along in ways. But he's certainly interested to see if something can come after.
Yeah, no, well, you know me. I'm always interested in a conversation. I talk a lot. I do. I talk a lot. I do.
Any tips on why my lightsaber test sticks together? Yes.
First of all, it's that first layer on printing plate. So, interestingly enough, actually, so when we first started doing designs,
I'm going to leave this one with Neil.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go.
When we first started doing designs, I roped Theo, who's our business partner, into doing designs for 3D printing, because he was making 3D models for music videos, right? Meanwhile, I'd been playing about with, again, the limits of what you can do with 3D printings. And at that time, so to go back to your previous comment, Matt, I was using Autodesk Inventor, which is kind of like Fusion 360. It's got a lot of the same features, etc. And I was starting to design my own print in place parts. So print in place moving doors, wheels, like you name it. I was working out tolerances and how things work, including things like this, which is print in place doors on a. So this comes apart, and you get the panels print in place. Now, when you are doing print in place parts, it is your first layer that is absolutely critical. So you have a lot of tight tolerances, right? And if you are slightly too close to the base, or you have a filament that expands, or anything like that, then you will find that it will weld itself together. So your first thing is an absolutely perfect first layer. Like if you're watching it and you don't have a good clear gap between all the rings on the first layer, stop it, start again, and dial your bed a little bit until it works. The next thing that could be happening, because the lightsaber is a series of concentric rings, is that maybe you're having expansion issues depending on your filament, or what can more likely be the thing is over extrusion, and that can end up causing things to weld together. As an example, this was a test print for one of my latest Nightmare fuels, which I mean this comes out, but you can see in there that there's a whole area in there that would be really difficult to paint. So what I did was, and I don't know if you can see, there's a little circle in the middle there, and that circle was supposed to be 0.4 millimeters or 0.3 millimeters all the way around it. But because this was done in medium, so it was kind of organically sculpted, and I did the cut using a Boolean operation in 3D Builder, possibly not as accurate as it should be. And what I found is that this welded itself in. I also printed it on the 5 Plus, so the 5 Plus is not as accurate as it should be. And so it's welded itself in, and I can't get it out, even though there is a 0.3, 0.4 mil gap.
I was thinking with that as well. The other possibility you might have with that, Matt, is check your wall thickness, because I know what you're trying to print, and it's a damn tight tolerance on that thing. So you might want to reduce your wall thickness, and if it comes to it, I'd actually go down one size in nozzle, go down to an 0.3.
Oh, you've said there the issue is with the seam, it doesn't stick anywhere else. I removed the retraction, set, wipe, and coast. Right, you want to retract. You have to retract between the things, because if you don't, then as you ooze from one to the other. So your first thing is going to be coasting to make sure that you're not dragging anything out of the wall. And your next thing is possibly have a look at extra prime amount. And if you've got that turned on, is drop that all the way down. It will just make sure that you're not extruding after you've finished a wall and you're not extruding before you start the next wall.
Right. Well, another thing, Matt, I've re-gone over a few Cura settings over the last day or so. We've got to re-enter your settings on the Chiron because I think you have a couple that the Chiron may not like. Done a little bit of a quick bit of research for you, and there's one setting in particular that some printers either love and some absolutely despise. So we're going to go back. We'll go back over this next week. Have another look at that, and just see if we can dial a few of your settings. You're 90% there is where I'd class you. Your printer's actually producing now that something that's relatively good. We've got your extruder calibrated perfectly. You're pretty bang on the extrusion now. So we've just got to finally tweak those Cura settings, which is what I mentioned to you last week. So by the end of this week, you should be somewhere close to printing pretty good lightsabers, I'd imagine.
Yeah. Yeah. The Z seam is always an interesting issue. And really making sure the other thing is when the walls are that thin, there's nowhere to wipe to, which is an interesting one.
I done with a spiral. There you go. I done spiralize with this filament because I absolutely detest it. It's horrible, and I thought, wonder if that works. If you look, you can probably barely see it, but because it had nowhere to go, you get little dimples, almost like raised lumps, and that's because it's got a little bit of drag and it can't push it anywhere else. It's got to come out somewhere. So eventually you get a blob and a blob and a blob.
Like built up pressure.
Yeah. It's got to go somewhere. I mean, funny enough, what I found, because I cheated a bit, it should have been a 2.5 day print for the wings alone. So what I done, I stood them both up facing each other. I put a raft, tree support, and I put it on spiralize. Now, what that does is it eliminates retraction pretty much. But because I put the tree support in, it builds almost like a support web inside. So you get your tree support up here, and it spreads between the two. And this end, where it's on spiralize, it gets to the end and carries on printing over to there. But that print is so thin, it only happens every now and then. So it makes like a web, a strong structure web to stop it from what I was getting without it. It was tending to sort of do that. As it printed, one would move very slightly. So in the end, your print became stepped.
Okay.
But because I put that spiralized on, it actually strengthened it up as it printed.
Okay.
But yeah, that was getting off topic, really. The dimples you get.
We're getting a little stalling on the live feed at the moment. But,
yeah. The issue you're getting is because there's nowhere for it to run.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. So if you've ever used a silicon gun, and you've it's stalled again. Let's just interesting, but the internet's not dropped, which is weird. So let's just wait for that to come back and all. There we go. Sorry, we seem to be experiencing some stalling out on the feed here. But if you've ever used a silicon gun, when you squeeze the silicon gun and you stop pushing the trigger, it still continues to extrude stuff from the end of the silicon gun. And that's exactly the same thing that's happening with the hot end of the thing. That's where retractions come in, because it's an attempt to reduce that pressure, if not make it negative pressure. Which actually, interestingly enough, right, here's the fun thing. some clogs are caused by an overproduction of negative pressure, and you get an air bubble on the inside.
Yeah.
And because that air bubble can be compressed, it means that you don't get the filament to continue extruding. Like if you've ever done a cold pull and you've ended up with a void at the end rather than the shape of the nozzle, that's where you've had a clog because of an airlock.
It's often due by too quick and too far retraction.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're pulling something too fast, it's almost, instead of pulling that filament back, it almost snaps it back. So when it pushes it back in fast, you're creating that air block.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I've had that happen like quite often, and you'll get a clog and you're like, you'll do a cold pull and there's nothing in there, but you do see the leftover of a void. And it took me ages to work out what was going on. But yeah, it's an airlock. Quite an interesting one.
There is I've had a couple filaments that tend to, because generally, like most of you know, I've got a preset slice profile that generally works on 99% of filaments I've had, to a degree, other than altering the heat a little bit. Now, I have had a couple of filaments that, even on that setting, is too fast for them, and you do get that. And the way you'll know pretty quickly is a pop. It almost sounds like it's wet, like there's moisture, and it's not. It's the snap of that filament inside where it's pulling out the wet so quickly.
Yeah, and then it seals over at the bottom.
Yeah, and so it's got to work twice as hard to push it back through.
Yeah, we tried retraction before setting wipe, but that had the same issue. Might need to play. Yeah, so your retraction setting is critical, and then you use coast. And if you coast, and you usually, what is it? It's like 0.06 meter cubed or something. It's something like that. It's a
very
tiny
minimal
amount.
The good thing with Cura, it can actually suggest that for you. It will tell you a basic.
Yeah. And your coast setting will enable you to use up the excess pressure. So all coasting does is you're going along, and then it stops the extruder, and you're running on built up pressure. And then when it gets to the end of the volume that is set for coasting, it will then do the retraction. So it just means that the final part of the extrusion is used on built up pressure only, not.
So in Matt terms, because Matt's a big car guy, it's basically your big ass dump valve on your turbo.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Instead of building up and building up and building up and having nowhere to go, it actually releases through the dump valve. And then when it gets to wanting no more filament, there's none there built up. There's no pressure there.
Yep.
So when it goes again, it's starting fresh, and you get that wind back up.
Yep, that's exactly it. Yep. So coast in this case, because it's a very thin wall thing, and I'm assuming it's either 2 or 3 walls that you're playing with there. The wipe is not going to do you any favors whatsoever. So turn wipe off, use coast, and have retraction set.
It's actually a single skin wall, but
really?
there's 3. So you go, it's rings.
Yeah, it's three walls.
So you've got single rings with gaps in between.
Yeah.
So you've got 1, and then a gap, and a 1, and a gap, and a 1.
Really? Oh, jeez. That's horrible.
Yeah, it's about this tall, and then it extends out. So it's a telescopic tube, basically.
Matt, if you use Inventor, redesign that. If you use 360, just redesign it to 1.2 millimeter thickness
In fact, Matt,
walls.
I was thinking about that as well. You might actually be better splitting those files out.
No. You can print it all as one, but just
they-
redesign it so that the walls are 1.2 millimeter thick. You'll get an optimum. I mean, you could go 0.8, but you will get a much better reproduction at 1.2 millimeters.
Yeah, all I was
Honest.
thinking is you could actually print them in spiralize and do them as a lift.
Yeah, I know what it is, Matt. I understand. Hang on a sec.
Yeah, I was looking at it the other night when after I'd done it, and it is a pain in the butt. I haven't upgraded Cura either. I'm still running 4.
It's a 3D printable one of these.
Yeah.
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 I know what you mean. But if you can use Fusion 360, if that's a single wall print, geez, nah, that's pretty horrible.
It's not nice.
Your best 0.8 mil is okay, but also you're going to seriously suffer the durability over time. Like a single wall, how many times do you think you're going to be able to go like that and like that, and it's still be in one piece? Not much.
Yeah, I don't think you would.
You're going, if you can redesign that so that the actual saber part, the wall thickness of each one of these is 1.2 mil, you will have a much better time printing. I guarantee you.
Yeah, it'll be a lot easier.
And if we get one of my favorite things in the world here, we actually measure this one. I mean, this actually measures
1.2
1.28. So it would be pretty much exactly the same as one of these. And you'll have 3 walls, which means that you will get a better extrusion all round, more reliable, a sturdier print, and you will actually also be able to use wipe. But if they're just single walls, you have to rely on your start and end of an extrusion being absolutely bang on perfect.
It's got to be nailed right in. I think
it's a torture test at that point. It's not print
and it
friendly.
didn't play out.
Yeah.
It worked. It done it, but it was still binding up. So I think if you can make
going to 1.2 mil will make your life a whole lot easier.
Yeah. It's just a bit of a nasty design. I think whoever designed it was a bit of a. Well, don't get me wrong. The handle and everything is nice. It's nice, but I just don't think they've thought about the printability of it. It is very tight.
But you can still use the handle and just change the scale and design a new sword blade. Like if you can use 360, you can do that. And to be fair, if you want any help or advice, give me a shout.
Neil, yeah, he's probably your go-to man on this one, mate, because he'll just fly through that.
Yeah.
He'll show you how to play with that.
It's a nice, easy design to do, and as an initiate into print in place, like that's a nice little thing to start with. I assume you probably got a 0.4 mil gap between the rings, and it tapers a little bit, just enough for it to bite at the top.
Very minimal taper. The rings themselves, yeah, it's probably 0.4, but if you're slightly out on that bed, that's it, game over.
Yeah, at 0.4, it's a torture test because everything has to be perfect. It's great for your printer calibration, like if that's what you want to do, but if you just want to print off a lightsaber, you're much better off designing something that is more reliable to print, more forgiving. It's something that we have done a lot with. I've got a video on my YouTube channel about wall thicknesses and the effect they can have on your print. Feel free to check it out. Where I go through. I don't know if I've got the print here. No, I think I've already gave it to him. But just the difference adding one single wall can make on the quality of your print. It's quite a lot. It's an interesting watch. It took me a while because I'd done this model that was by the numbers, and then I sent it to test on the Ender 3, and it was coming out looking like an absolute bag of poo, and I couldn't work out why, and I was changing settings. I printed out 3 or 4 of these, and it just wasn't working. And then I was like, I changed the wall thickness by 0.4 millimeters from 1.2 to 1.6. And the difference in the quality of print was night and day.
Flawless.
Literally night and day. You wouldn't believe. But have a look at the video. It shows you. It was quite an interesting discovery. Interestingly enough, the spool towers that we designed originally, because this was also in the very early days, our plan was with them that you use a 0.8 millimeter wall.
Yeah.
So it was because 0.4 is just silly. I mean, like you say, you have to start extruding at the right point. If you've got 2 walls, so 0.8, you're up, you're down, you're back, you next level. At least then, if your extruder isn't on point and starting to extrude straight away, you don't end up with holes all the way through the model.
Yeah, at least you minimise the damage on a twin wall, don't you?
You do. But the reality is 1.2 is better because you get 1 and then you can surround it. But then the reality then is your minimum requirements for a good looking surface finish is 1.6 millimeters.
Yeah.
This is the hill I will die on. Change my mind. But 0.8 you can get away with, but it's not ideal, and it can cause you issues with final print quality. It really depends on your design goals and what you're going for. I would probably do the same again for the new spool towers. You heard it here early, folks. New spool towers. 0.8 millimeters would be the wall thickness, but rather than then trying to incorporate detail into that, it would be detail onto that. And you would have the 0.8 millimeters as a standard base template.
If you get a chance, Matt, what I would do is dive over to Digital Taxidermy, the website, and just have a scan through some of Neil's designs on there, because you'll see what he's on about with, like,
download the free spool tower.
Yeah, print a free spool tower.
Yeah.
So when your filament runs out, you can turn it into a little bit of a tower.
Yeah. Print the free spool tower. That will show you about the printed spools of thin wall stuff that we were doing.
Yeah,
and also,
you'll get a good idea on sort of.
Also, print out your free digital taxidermy business card.
I think we've got them on the website on Under the Hotend. I think I put them under the Hotend.
You did, yeah. You did. Comes with a couple of feet as well.
Oof. Get 3 feet as well.
Yeah, 2 free feet. Makes you a little bit taller.
Only just.
Yeah. But yeah, check out the YouTube video. I think it's like wall thickness and you or something like that. Because in Russia, wall thickness is you.
Is you. Well.
And then
in general, I hope that helps, Matt. I mean, I'll give you some idea on it, but I do think that file's actually, it's just too tight tolerance for what you're hoping to get.
It's a fun file. I'm aware of it. Although I've never printed it or looked at it, I didn't realise it was actually that thin.
Yeah, there's a few out, but that one is tight.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
did have a
you.
quick go, and like I say, my Bowden failed on it, which is unusual because my Bowden's pretty good.
No. And I mean, like I say, if you measure the ones that have been injection molded from whatever this is, it's 1.2.
April.
It's 1.2 mil anyway.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you're not deviating from the original design at
No.
all.
So basically, it's been a pretty nuts week all round. So yeah, that was another thing I've been doing that has drawn me away from our usual conversations. I've helped a couple of people this week, Matt being one of them. Which we are getting there. Matt's getting very close, which is good. It's nice to see because Matt's getting the buzz again, and he used to print some funky stuff when I started out.
Yeah, man.
That'd be nice to see. We've had any Cubics competition. There was a live stream earlier from Creality.
Oh, were you on that, were you?
I weren't on it. I was in it. I was watching it. I was commenting on it, but I weren't on it.
Sad face.
I weren't on it.
Very.
What's that? I can, if I can
Right.
get working, I want to do the katana. Fair.
Yeah, fair play, but once again, you probably just want to redesign your own that is more friendly to printers in general. Like,
Yeah, what I would do, what I'd take from it, Matt, is do your first one, redesign the blade, get it right, take that knowledge, and then do the same on the katana.
yeah, because
and make
you
it
could
a little bit more.
If you can
Friendly.
use 360 to any kind of basic competency, you should be able to make the blades from those in quicker than the amount of times it will take you to print, reprint, test, pull your hair out, give up, smash things, and come back to it.
Throw your printer out the window and all the rest of it, because it will happen.
You'll be able to make a more reliable model. And then you could even, I mean, I don't know if you, were these files from Thingiverse, were they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then you'll be able to re-upload it to Thingiverse, say, hey, look, I've done a remix that's better, and then get loads of those sweet likes, because we like likes.
We like likes.
We
and
like
you can
likes.
also buy me a cup of tea at.
Yeah, and literally people will, because they'll download it and they'll print it and they'll be like, geez, I wanted one of these for ages, but I couldn't do it, and then this came along and like I've got one. It would be a really good exercise in holistic 3D printing.
Definitely.
I'm always very cautious with things that come off of Thingiverse. You get a lot of issues in 3D print groups from people turning around, and especially like very new people who come along. They get a file from Thingiverse and they're like, should I print this with supports? And it's like, no, just reorientate it to the base, and it's like simple things like that. The creator never just simply reorientated it ready for print to make it accessible to the user. Plus, a lot of the designs on there are done by very good natured people who have a very basic knowledge of design that push certain things too far, and they're not as friendly to printers as you might think. There's also a lot which need repairing in 3D Builder before you put them into Cura, which a lot of people then don't know about as well, and that causes problems. So if you're having issues with the Thingiverse file and you can do even some basic design work, it is often better to look at what it would take to just redesign.
Who's our fifth person that keeps plotting in and out?
Hmm?
We got Carl, we got Matt. You want to say hi?
Hi there, people. Hi, people out in TV land. Woo! It'd be good to hear from you. Who are you? Who are you? Hello.
Yo.
But yeah,
Yeah.
if you're concerned about the printability of the file, sometimes it really isn't just your printer. Um, Sometimes
There
it
is
actually
occasions.
is the file itself. There are inbuilt issues with models that you cannot get around. And
There are some files that no matter how good you are at calibrating and you know how much you know about printers, it will not get over. If there's a break in that print somewhere, it isn't going to print it.
yeah,
It isn't going to make it up for you as it goes. It's a
that's
learning curve that is a
yeah,
hard one sometimes to get your head around because you think I really want this print. So you keep trying and trying and trying, and in the end, you've just got to go back to basics. Look, it's not the printer. My printer works. My settings are good.
yep, yep,
So it can only be one more thing, isn't it?
yep.
That's either the slice or the actual design.
Mhm. And the slice tends to be infected by the design. It's interesting how easy it is to design flaws into your model. I mean, it's easily done. I mean, half of what we do is create models. The other half we do is fault finding on those models, and that's part of what we really try and push about the products that we create is the quality. Is we put a lot of time and effort into trying to make
Right.
sure that you can literally just put it into Cura, press slice, and go.
There's
Um,
monstrous amounts. Half you guys probably don't even see the half of it. It's a long, long process of test before we even sort of like
I
chucking
mean,
out prints.
it's
You
like
know, it's
it's like Martin was saying about the Fabricatum models.
yeah,
It's like if you take a look at this, so we design for zero supports. Now, if you take a look at these models, these are all designed with 0.6 millimeter walls, right? 1.6 millimeter walls, right?
yeah,
So
1.6.
no supports on the inside, no supports on the outside, nothing up my sleeve, nothing up this sleeve,
No special printer hidden under the bed.
and you'll see in here making use of bridges, using the finest
Rectangle.
bits of support possible, overhangs, bridging, bridging, and on here as well, like really pushing all of those overhangs to the
Put the holes in
maximum.
there, didn't you?
Yeah, yeah, for LEDs.
Yeah,
They're
boy.
light shades. They're light
Yeah,
shades.
man.
So everything on this model is pushing it to the maximum. Um, and this is the test print, and there's errors in this, and I had to go back analyze these errors, such as on this bridging under here. If you see on the top, um, you can't really see,
There's fan
but
lights in there. Isn't it?
the top surface wasn't putting enough pressure under the hot end to make a good top surface, so I had to do better bridging support on there. But I mean, as a first print by the numbers, I was pretty happy with
Nice,
this. But it
nice.
just needed a few things to fix it. But you really, it takes a lot to start to understand what causes a model to fail and what to look for in a model to avoid failure in your design, to avoid building failure into your design.
I mean, you realistically, you've got what, a 50-50 mix. A is how well your printer is set up and its limits. And then B is actually how good the design is 9 times out of 10.
Yep.
That is the two biggest keys. Just slicing is not going to make a difference. Once you've got your slicer settings right, it should be able to perform most prints out there.
Here's a fun one. So this
No.
is something I designed probably about a year ago.
Ferris wheel.
Yeah, you haven't printed the Ferris wheel, have you?
I dabbled with a couple bits, but then you tied me up with 950 other SDLs and
But
bits.
yeah, so this is one of the carts of the Ferris wheel, and if I try and pull that, I mean that's strong, right? But this at the top is that slides out, right? That's dovetailed in there, right? And then they just come off, right? They lock in just under there,
Tiny little
and
lips.
then they lock in just under there and over the top of the cart.
I do the new boys.
And the same.
A lot of Neil's designs. Sometimes it is potluck. Yeah, there is a couple of occasions where it is just potluck. You are right. Neil does a lot on structural integrity on his designs. So
I'm an
they're
engineer and a
very,
carpenter.
very simply designed to go together, but for the maximum strength, if that makes sense.
Whoops.
And he breaks it.
until you break it. But
Then he breaks it.
then
Yeah,
you break
no,
it. But
a lot of the
yes.
digital taxidermy stuff is very carefully thought on how much filament is used to the strength of the component that's built.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
got to be semi-robust if it's hitting the battlefield, isn't it?
And again, one of the key things that I like to do is to minimize the use of filament. It's back together. Is to minimize the use of filament because filament's expensive, and reducing the filament reduces print costs and print time. So, and I just like pushing things to the limits, really.
We might have to get you to do a design for this Wall of Fame, you know.
We'll see.
Well, yeah, we might have to get like a print on the go. It's still in my head now. You've got me on it.
Well, like I say, all you need to do is work out what do you need to test in a part, and I can make a part. I mean, that's what the Benchy.
For the board. I mean, we need like the board. We need something at the top of the board.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's going to be more graphical than physical.
Yeah, it's just only graphical looking.
Yeah.
It's got to look nice, isn't it? This is going to be like the world board of what's on the top.
Well, for that one, we want to ask Lucas or Theo.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't do visual arts. Lucas or Theo do our.
But it's dark.
Yeah, Lucas and Theo do our graphical stuff.
Okay.
I do I do 3D design, quality control, analysis, and marketing.
We could do it in 3D. We could print it.
I think it needs to have that kind of real cheesy look about it. It needs to. I want that Top Gear feel.
Right, so maybe we're going to have to take some Top Gear sort of.
It's just got to be cheesy and fun.
Yeah, design cheesements.
Yeah.
Maybe we do a cheese board.
Yeah. Yeah, that works.
We'll have to get, if it gets like really popular, I'll have to invite people around to sit in the garden and cheer them on. Can you
yeah, no, the point about design as well, actually, glueless, that was the key point that I was thinking of.
Glueless, yeah.
I try to make sure that my models will go together and hold without glue, and be robust enough not to fall apart. Like that Ferris wheel will go together entirely, and this thing is like 400 mil tall, you know, with like 350 mil wide wheel. It's huge, and it's got loads of parts. It will go together and is usable as a toy. I gave it to my daughter when she was, like a year ago to just sort of play with her what are they, Shopkins. It didn't fall apart. It just all locks together.
I can vouch for most of the
Here
vehicles
you go.
I've done of
Here you
yours.
go. So
are all-
here's a prime example. So this is one of the supports for it. First of all, they are push fit into there. I'm not going to take it apart because that will break it. Is how tight that joint is. If it doesn't go in parallel, it doesn't go in. And so if you try and get it out of there, that will break. But this bit at the top, this is your main bearing, and that just pops off.
Nice.
It's literally snap clip.
Love it.
But yeah, it's really solid. I was so pleased with myself when I made that. I was not expecting it to work.
That moment where it just all goes right.
Mm-hmm. And these are all the test print. I didn't even have to go back and edit it.
Nice.
Yeah, I was so self-impressed that day.
That's the way you like it. It's like, yeah, boy. So
But
yeah,
it did take me a week to design it.
So yeah, I think for this upcoming week, then I'm going to have to. Hopefully, we're going to have a few things drop for the next one for next week. I think I've pretty much got 2 or 3 things dropping for next week. I'm going to have to start doing a few test prints for our boards, and I'm going to obviously. You're going to have to find me a couple of designs that we can use as our base.
Yeah, we'll have a look and see what covers overhangs, bridges, whatever else it is the bench usually covers.
Yeah.
And
see what we can do. We could actually do the printer test from straight out of the box and then go back to it a month later when it's been modded or developed, if you like.
yeah, I mean,
So it
whatever
might
we
come
end up.
off of the top, but end up back up the top.
Yeah, I mean, if we
or go back down.
depends how busy we are, really.
Yeah, the thing is, the way I'm looking at it, if I get a printer to if I'm getting a printer for the hot end, it's not purely for the hot end. It's obviously I want to live stream it on here. But then I actually I make a commitment to whoever sends them where I will actually influence them for a certain period of time as well. So that doesn't matter if it's absolutely rubbish or brilliant. I will still influence it, but get the best out of that machine that I can get out of it. So, yeah, that's something we can actually look at because obviously, while I'm influencing, I'll progressively be getting better with that printer. So, we can take a look at it at the end of that run and say, actually, this has gone up a step or it's gone down even more.
Yeah.
If it's gone down even more, then that's not somewhere you want to be.
Yeah. No, well, we've got first thoughts and then final conclusions.
Yeah, if it goes down again, it's a definite. This is a don't buy, walk away.
Yeah.
If you see it, kick it to the curb.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to be brutal. I'm not going to lie. So we might not get any to do it on because they might think now they're too brutal.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly,
We gotta go there.
yeah, you get nothing but honesty.
Yeah.
So if you have nothing to fear and you're a printer or filament manufacturer, send them to the Honest Joes
Either Neil at Digital Taxidermy
or Martin at Under the Hot
End. Yeah, I mean, we'll see where that goes. I'll start working on that. I've got my a few producers I've got to contact this week and see where we can go with something in a collaboration with you guys. Design wise, I've got a little bit more to do with models by Tony, so that could be interesting. But that's not going to be too much longer, I don't think. I think he's done exceptionally well, really, for sort of a first major go at Kickstarter. He's done brilliant. So yeah,
I
that's
mean, it's
quite
a killer
exciting.
idea. I figured he's going to make $1 million.
Yeah, I'm not sure where it's going to end up, if I'm totally honest with you, because it's climbed, but I see big scope with it.
I think the only detriment to it is that it's a Blender extension and not its own app.
If it was his own app, I think it would have gone through the roof. It would have been sky's the limit. But even saying that, I, as you know, don't do design. I've made a couple of things, but they are a plop in a pond. They're nothing. I had 10 minutes with him last night installing and setting up, and within 20 minutes, I had already knocked off 4 STL files of bases. For somebody that can't do design and doesn't know their way around a bit of software, it is actually a good bit of software.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Blender is free.
Yeah.
But it's just that thing from usability is that if people turn around, this is its own dedicated app. It will have that extra USP. But some people are scared off by Blender, like me.
Yeah,
I'm scared off by Blender. I don't know how to use it. I can barely move things around in it.
I've played with it a couple of times, and basically went down through the function keys and pulled things, and I squished things, and I twisted things, and I made some really random screwed up ball at the end of it. And that was about as far as I got.
When I first started with 3D printing, my project was to make some Titans for Adeptus Titanicus. So I was doing bases, and I got the models for a Warhound, and I made a base where it was crashed to stand a Warlord on top of it.
Nice.
I put it into Blender, and I punched it. So it was, and that was about as far as I've gone with Blender because I can't work it out.
I did like there's a pinch function. I like that function because you just keep pinching and pinching and pinching and pinching. And in the end, it's just out here. But other than that, it's like a stress ball to me.
Yeah, I never gelled with it, but the actual sculpting thing, now that I've got VR, I can do sculpting. It's 100% intuitive.
I mean, what I liked from last night was it was so quick and simple. The way he's got it set up in there, you've got a tab side, you click that tab, you scroll down, and boom, you've made a base. It's very, very easy to use, user friendly. I said to him in the first place, you're going to have to treat it like I'm an absolute retard at printing. I've got no idea at sculpting whatsoever. And within minutes, I was making bases and changing them and putting different assets on them. And I thought, I can get on board with this. I actually quite like playing with this. So yeah, on that side of it, it's got a nice functionality. So awesome. I'm giving it at the minute a fingers up.
And also on that one, we've now been going for 4 hours. It's probably a good time for us to turn around and say night, Martin, and night to all you lovely people out in TV land. We will be back, I hope, for another episode of Digital Taxidermy Gets Under the Hotend next Thursday at 6:30.
Yeah.
And
Basically, if
I hope,
anybody wants to drop a message, either dropped on here or you can do it on Under the Hot End or Digital Taxidermies group.
yeah.
We will obviously get back and help you as much as we physically can.
Yeah, we barely
Um,
sleep as it is, so you know you
yeah,
can
we
usually get one of us.
sleep for
But yeah,
for a week.
head over to Under the Hot End for all sorts of tips and discounts on 3D printing in general. Or if you want to share some of your projects for those sweet likes, that's we've
Yep,
got the
boy.
community at the Taxidermist group where people are showing prints, you know, chatting about gaming and stuff. It's basically a nihilist paradise.
Here's Ragtag. Basically, what we'll try and do is as the deals and the numbers grow, the more we will do giveaways and selections to people on the chat stream.
Mm. Yeah,
So if you
we're
get some
still
of your mates in,
we're
get
still
some of your
working
mates
this
in,
out. So
your man.
any feedback that we can get from you guys will help us develop the show. If there's things
Yeah.
that you want to see, let us know. If there's if we can start getting enough people in the chat, then we will do more giveaways. So it's been pretty active tonight. We've seen a
Yeah,
lot of
yeah.
people come in and go in. So
We're
that's been
hoping.
really positive. We like that. We
I'm
hope you've
hoping-
enjoyed yourself.
I'm hoping soon we'll be able to bring up a section on 3D scanning and all sorts. I'm hoping. Fingers crossed. So we've got a few bits in the pipeline, so that could be one coming up soon.
Nice. Yeah, lots of cool
Yeah.
stuff. Lots and
All
lots
right.
of cool things. So, anyway, night, fellas, and we'll see you next week for another exciting episode of Digital Taxidermy Gets Under the Hot End. Tally ho!
Night all. See you soon.